Hello, everyone, and welcome to Swim or Sink 9. We're back at it once again, and I'm joined here today by my good friend Shads. And we're going to bring you some wonderful squid action for the 9th time. This time with a cat-made takeover. I cannot believe I just said that.
Actually, pretty interesting. We have Twilight Anglers versus Dream Knights for our first match.
I almost thought... No, never mind. I could have sworn I saw a spectator, but that's just us. So, no worries, I guess. So yeah, we have Dream Knights versus Twilight Anglers for our round 1 today, guys. And we're gonna get started with tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. As it looks like Twilight Anglers is actually gonna start checking up a little bit quickly. So they probably are pretty set in their ways. Dream Knights, I don't really know much of anything about them. I know I've seen some of their players around, but for the most part, the only players that I'm really familiar with are the ones from Twilight Anglers, as they have played in IPL events and low ink for a very, very long time.
Yeah,
Chess, for instance.
Personally, my team has scrimmed them a lot. Chess is probably going to play Tetras. We will most likely see a vanilla on-scope charger from T-Bob. Lycan probably will go for Brush.
Yeah.
Dream Knights, I'm not really familiar with them. I've run into Apple a few times in solo queue, but other than that, I've seen nothing on them.
Yeah, I'm entirely unfamiliar with all of them. That being said, we've only got to wait for one more of them to ready up, so when they do, we're gonna get started with our first match of the tournament. Surprisingly enough, we were able to get in rather quickly, despite a little bit of a mix-up. So we're going to go ahead, count down 1, 0, and we're gonna get started here. Here we go. We're getting started here with Swim or Sink 9. I'm Astro, joined to you today by Shads, and we're getting started with some squid action.
It looks like my calls for Twilight Anglers comps were mostly right. One that I didn't call was the end zap. I'm surprised to see a Kent machine.
You know, Kenza Machine, I'm not really too surprised. It'll give them just a little bit of space on this map. We see the first blood actually going to Keiki. That is a 3-down situation on the side of Twilight Anglers. The tower is moving now. They are going to go to the first checkpoint, very likely take it as well, but Twilight Anglers' chess is coming an all-round right through mid, but their flank is going to be spotted. The armor comes out, the person on the tower goes down, so Twilight Anglers now gets 2, possibly 3, and this is going to be the hold that they needed, but not before they give up that first checkpoint. So a little bit of damage really early on that they're going to have to start fighting back from, but we have a whole 4 minutes left in this match to make it happen.
And it did lose their armor in that place though, and here we see a splashdown.
Oh, and he goes down!
There goes the end up, so last one up is Charger, and he was not able to jump out in time, so that's a full wipe.
Indeed. And now Dream Knights have complete control of mid. They can really not go much faster than objective will let them, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to start working around that. As we see, Dream Knights is kind of throwing caution to the wind. That is a full DC.
Oh, I think they have a DC, yeah.
The real question actually is going to have to be, were they passed? Let me see.
It looks like it happened before the Anglers got fully wiped.
Well, each team is allowed 1 disconnect per set. But the game has to be finished if there is less than 2 minutes left, or if one team is 50 units or closer to a KO. That might be pretty close.
It might be, but I'm pretty sure that it was just above the 50 mark.
Just above the 50 mark. In that case, we're going to go ahead and have a replay. Once again, we're going to joining you with Tower Control on Sturgeon. For those of you who are joining us on stream who are unfamiliar with our disconnect rules, yes, we allow one disconnect replay before games have to be played out. Both teams also have to use the same comps. The player that disconnects has to be back in the lobby within 2 minutes as well. And it looks like they did just that, so we're going to get restarted right here. I expect some changes with how they play, actually, from either team.
Probably.
Dream Knights very likely are not going to be quite as passive, because they're starting to notice some pulls. They clearly walked right through on the opener in that last one. Actually, we're seeing the Junior just farm for an armor really quick, turning completely around away from their teammate or objective, but getting an armor and a pick. That is a 3v3 situation. Makes that 2 down on the side of Twilight Anglers. The Charger's gonna go down as well. No, they get out. That might be a splashdown though, and it is not. So the Tetris once again goes down. That's not going to do them much favors at all, as Dream Knights now is once again working through the first checkpoint. 2 down on the side of Twilight Anglers, but not before the Stingray comes out. But it's a sticky situation, not the safest place to have that raid. The counter raid then comes out, and that Stingray is going to go down. So now Dream Knights is going to work their own magic and finally push all the way through this first objective.
Rush is lurking by window. They'll probably try and get a sneaky pick once some tower drops past that first checkpoint. But if somebody comes up on that wall, yep, there it goes. But it looks like he's gotten kind of stuck in the corner. He does get one though.
How did Lycan stay alive through that though?
I don't know. Rushes are slippery weapons, but I thought for sure he was going to die.
Oh. And finally catches the Sharker, but unfortunately for them, they're an Ink Rush, and they go down. That is a 2 down situation once again for Twilight Anglers. Make that 3 down as you see one respawning slowly. So it kind of feels like the entire match so far, Dream Knights just have had complete control and have always had main advantage on the map.
Yeah, the Anglers are playing a lot more passively than Dream Knights, which basically is letting Dream Knights just walk straight up into their cores.
Yeah, and they are going to push all the way to 32 there. It isn't going to be an enormous lead, but it looks like Twilight Anglers, they still haven't... Oh, they finally go down as T-Bob finally gets a nice shot right there to do a little bit of cleanup. Now they have to start to try to advance to neutral and try to take back mid here. If they can get special advantage, which they have, now they have clear advantage to take mid, but the Tetris once again goes down without getting any picks. That's going to be monumental here, and unfortunately Dream Knights, unfortunately for them, Dream Knights is going to start taking a little bit forward progress once again, but no! 2 down on the side of Dream Knights.
This is Angler's big chance, but it looks like they're not going to get much of a chance at all to take any advantage of it. The Stingray is out, their brush is down, and the Charger is definitely damaged.
The Charger's damaged indeed. T-Bob needs to make some callouts and needs a little help there, but they also don't have man advantage right now, so there's not a whole lot of help to give. Unfortunately, T-Bob's going to have to start underextending behind their team, and the flank is possibly going to take them out. They have pressure from all sides right now. That Charger just needs to say, okay, I'm jumping out. This is a really bad situation for me to be in. It's a 4v4 situation on the map once again, and absolutely no one is... Oh, as we finally get an overhead. Okay, so people have finally started to gather up a little bit more once again, but it was so close. 3 down!
3 down again. Last is Brush. That's a wipe, and that jump is going to be dead.
And that is effectively a 5 kill right there by the machine. That's going to slow them down immensely with less than 1 minute left to go. Dream Knights now can just start really camping out mid and waiting for that rush through neutral. That Stingray is going to make a big difference, but no, they're going to go 2 down. They're going to go 3 down. Can Lycan do anything with less than 40 seconds left on the match? No, he does go down. Dream Knights have huge advantage, and they might come away with the win if Twilight Anglers can't do anything about this. The Booyah Ball coming out, but it's going to be too much for Twilight Anglers to go through, and that is going to be likely the map. Now Twilight Anglers are stuck in their spawn, and it is an absolute bloodbath.
And the Brush manages to get a trade, but at this late in the game, trades aren't what you need. You need to get the pick.
Yeah, those trades did not help. As you saw through those trades, the forward momentum was still moving against the Anglers and into their spawn. Unfortunately for them, that meant they just could not get back to mid when neutral finally was in mid. They just did not have enough time to really swim there and start pushing objective, let alone actually putting together something more cohesive.
Yeah, no squids on the tower means no overtime, and they just ran out of time to make that happen.
And look at that kill count. Just absolute domination so far by Dream Knights.
So what do you think the Anglers have to change if they want to take the other 2 maps in this set?
So the Anglers, frankly, are playing a lot slower. I don't see them... The way that they move, it doesn't appear that they're really listening to each other, as far as I can tell. Because we're seeing 1v1 situations that are very easily addressed by a simple call-out. We're not even talking like anything complex, we're talking the most basics. These simple callouts, especially on the backline, could make a massive difference if the team was just responding to it correctly. Unfortunately, they were also kind of in a constant 1-down situation. Chess just was not coming up with any picks. It's
so many trades.
I will say one thing though, the Tetris might make a little bit of a difference in Rainmaker, as we are going to start heading for Rainmaker on Starfish main stage. Neither team is readying up very quickly though.
If I had to guess, we will probably see the same backline. I imagine Bros will probably stay on the NZAP. Lycan most likely will stay on Brush. I'm not sure if Chess will whip out one of his weapons that he doesn't play a lot, such as Blobber. Or he might stick Tetris. I don't know. He readied up, but then he unchecked again, so he might be swapping things around. As for Green Knights, I could honestly see them running with the machine again, since it was just so deadly last match.
Not just the machine, right? But the chip damage and the space that it gave, and the support that they got from the double bombs from the junior as well. They were working so much more space, and their front line was just so much better supported.
Oh, here we go, Rainmaker Starfish main stage. We actually see an E-Leader. And that is not something that I thought I would say. E-Leader on Rainmaker. It's running Respawn Punisher, so if it gets the picks, that's going to provide a big problem.
But you'll have to also wonder if it will get those picks. E-Leaders just don't usually get many picks in general, so they have to take them. Really make them stick.
True. And then over on the side of the Anglers, you can see that they dropped the Tetris for a Forge. And they also have a Sploosh instead of a Brush. So it looks like they'll probably try to push in with either Bubbles or Hammer.
Oh, and Lycan sharking right there is going to put a really important stop to that early push, as Twilight Anglers is now starting to work back into mid. Both zaps are down, so neither team is particularly well supported from the mid. They're not going to have those armors right now. The bubbles, however, coming out. This might be and a nice Respawn Punisher pick right there from Duel to stop that push in its tracks.
Somebody's flanking on the right, Duel jumps out. Probably the best option. Lycan gets a pick on the machine, which is really nice. And now Dream Knights are 2 down. If they want to make something happen, now's a good opportunity.
Now is absolutely an amazing opportunity. They're going to push all the way to 34 right there before they finally go 3 down. There is 1 left. On Chess is still left in mid, just trying to get their team jumps, so they're gonna hold neutral in mid and try to take that team fight a little bit to Dream Knights. As we're seeing things play out, the bubbles coming out once again. Can they get? No, they can't.
He got it. He got it. He got Ozza to reset. Now Dream Knights is 2 down again, so that effectively extends that push a little bit. They have another chance now. See their guys are up to 24, so they just netted an extra 10 points. Duel is down, so they've lost their E-leader, and that Respawn Punisher is now coming to pay back Duel for getting flatted.
Yeah, absolutely. Twilight Anglers are looking like a completely different team this time around. Dream Knights it looks like they're playing a little bit scared this time. They're just playing a little too cautious. You know, perhaps it really played into their favor in the much slower mode of Power Control, but in Rainmaker, it's absolutely not working in their favor. The E-Leader pick as well, it looks like they just don't have the space for them to operate safely, as now Twilight Anglers, in response to that jump out, is going to start having plenty of space to decide how they want to push forward. Once again, the Stingrays coming out, and the splashdown denied by Chess.
That was beautiful splashdown cancel. They are 2 down though. Looks like Bubbles are going to come out to pop the Rainmaker. And 2 go down again on the Anglers. So that push is probably done.
Been done. Dream Knights are finally on the counter push. They have special advantage given that they don't have the lead. That flank is put to a stop. Dream Knights now has to try to work some space in their favor. Finally, that is going to be a little bit of a sticky situation for Twilight Anglers, but they do lose the Rainmaker.
I think it was T-Bob that got that snipe.
It was a huge snipe right there. Possibly another one, but the Ray is coming out. Are they going over the top way?
It looks like they're trying to, but either T-Bob or Chess gets that pick to stop them. It looks like Chess is going to dunk it over the side again?
No, he's gonna be buying time right there. I'd be really wary of doing something like that though.
I think I see what they were trying to do. They got 2 down in mid, and it looks like they were trying to get 3. They do get the 3rd one eventually, but I think what they were trying to do was to get the 3 down in mid. Oh, we see the gal is flanking. I just noticed, but it's the Stingray gal, which is not one I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's not exactly pushing special you would normally see from a weapon like the gal, and their flank is going to be called out, and everybody is going to convene on them all at once. So just like that, that's going to put them a man down with less than 30 seconds left to go. The bubble comes out, and now Twilight Anglers have one job, to make sure that the Rainmaker does not pop. Unfortunately, they pop it themselves. That puts them in a little bit of a sticky situation, but that still is allowed the camp of the Rainmaker right here. And just like that, the Rainmaker resetting is going to seal the game. Twilight Anglers pull back 1-1. Game 3 sends them on.
That was just completely night and day difference between the first match, really, for both the teams. In the first match, Dream Knights was extremely aggressive, and the Anglers were very passive. And now in this match, the Anglers were the one constantly pushing up and getting in Dream Knights' faces.
It also could be a little bit of a difference as far as how practiced they are on the map, how comfortable they are playing on the map, if what they do well as a team works well on the map as well. You know, when you're talking about like more amateur level teams, lower level teams, oftentimes the most important thing to do is for them to try to figure out what they are good at building off of in every map mode, just as a base to start at.
So we're moving on to... Oh, sorry.
Of course, mechanics are going to be really important too, but yes, just like you said, we are going to be moving on to humpback splat zones.
I will fully admit, I want to see Duel keep the E-leader. I play E-Leader on this map mode. I love it. I'm a huge E-Leader fan. I would love to see them use the E-Leader here because I think it would be a bigger threat here than it was on the Rainmaker map.
It's entirely possible. This is a map mode that chargers are definitely not bad. They definitely have their uses. However, if you can get some sort of weapon with an arc to its shot, maybe like a slosher, that's going to give you a huge advantage over the middle section of the map. In this case, where you're going to have your objective. Specials like Booyah Bomb are also going to be incredibly effective.
Do you think we'll see an arrow spray?
We're going to see a lot of teams camping out mid.
But you don't think we'll see an arrow spray? Because we might see the PG, since it does spam Booyah.
I don't think we're going to see an arrow spray from either one of these teams. There was some talk, some good time back, probably about half a year ago or something like that, where we were seeing arrow sprays just really coming into play on this map mode. It was the hot thing to talk about at the time. As we get started, we're going to see no more E-Leader, but T-Bob with a full run speed, heavy Splatling.
And both teams have 14s now. Oh, to go down to that Fizzy, that is an excellent pick by Apple.
Yeah, that machine is going to pay dividends for them on this map mode. And just like that, they're ready to start camping out mid and just waiting for the push to come to them. Their other machine does go down once again, and they're starting to lose their street as all that bomb pressure and all the spacing that they've had is going to really come and just get shoved in their face. Ooh, and a nice double hover to really save things. And just like that.
Oh, here comes the bomb rush, though. That will probably catch soon, and it does.
No, I spoke too soon. It's kind of a commentator's curse, I suppose.
Is Evie's in trouble? Probably is going to get picked here, and he is. Junior, and it looks like maybe the team came to help him. You can see that the Anglers just launched armor. They're using one of their Booyahs. They do have two from the K-Pro and from the Remix. Curiously, Dream Knight doesn't have any.
They don't have any, and what they also don't have right now is special advantage. You have to understand that Twilight Anglers is going to be charging their specials much faster right now because they do not have the lead. So in this case, you have to understand that if you're relying really, really heavily off of your specials alone, almost, it's not going to play into your favor if you have the lead. And just like that, the Twilight Anglers is going to take a 1-point lead, and Dream Knights is going to start working down that penalty. 2 down, go down on the side of, a little bit of an early bomb rush actually. 2 down, go down on the side of Twilight Anglers, and that's going to give Green Knight the lead once again. They have 35 seconds left to work with, and that's another down on Anglers. Make that 3 down.
That's a full wipe. You see the Anglers are respawning, but they only have 17 seconds left. I'm not sure if they can make it to zone this time. Their platform is completely green. 2 of them are down again, and I think that's going to be a GG.
Is going to be the game. A great comeback right there as we see this. Yeah, both teams honestly were just relying so heavily on their specials and spacing that they just let the game and its mechanics dictate who won after whoever got the first push. So once Dream Knights just got that nice long push to 51 to start off, all they had to do is minimize the damage once Twilight Anglers came in and got lead back. And the game was moving slow enough that, fortunately for them, when they got that one wipe, the game was over. Keep in mind, 15 seconds is a lot of time to put together a really good push. In 30 seconds, you can put together 2 or 3 pushes if you really know what you're doing. But unfortunately, Twilight Anglers, it looked like they just kind of started panicking. stopped thinking and just went straight into Calamity. And just like that, they're going to go all the way down to loser's bracket. So Dream Knights will move on. That being said, we're going to go ahead and take a very short break. It was a pleasure commentating with you guys, and I will be back later in the tournament, joined by Krakenmare, actually. But in the meantime, you're going to have a new voice on the mic very shortly. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to SOS. Unfortunately for you, Daddy Astro had to step out, leaving you kiddies alone tonight with your old Uncle Pop Gun for the next hour and a half or so. Still with me is Shads from the last round. And we are moving on to, I believe this is round 2, maybe technically round 3, since only one project. We're still in round 2. We're giving you guys Massacre versus Rising Wave. Massacre, a team that I would be willing to bet has played in every single SOS tournament up to this point. Rising Wave, a new team made up of several players that have experience playing in SOS in the past. I believe Ink Pressure is where some of these players are from before. But our first game here, which is best of 3, yes, is going to be Clam Blitz at Skipper Pavilion.
I'm quite excited because I see Morsa's name on Rising Waves roster. It's been a while since I've seen him play, so I am super pumped to see what they're going to do. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the Morsa that used to be on Prophecy, correct?
You're asking the wrong person. If you, I have no clue that far deep. But as we see teams start to ready up here, we do see a Stingray spam coming out for the side of Massacre with Mr. Z, a very strong anchor player who has a lot of experience in these kinds of tournaments, and a Nautilus anchorless comp coming out here from Rising Wave, as we see both teams trying to establish control of this top of the map early. Since that is where a good chunk of the pushes will come as we get a trade early on. But a real key to this map is who can control the bottom, because that is where all the clams actually spawn at.
It looks like for the most part, right now, Rising Wave is in control. You see they've already got a power. They have 19 total clams, now it's 23. Obviously, 10 of those are represented by Power Clam, which will net 20 points when thrown in. Oh, but it looks like Knot's gotten kicked off. Gal on the side of Massacre goes down, and you can see Morsa is gathering up the plants, and now they have 2 powers.
Yeah, and 2 players did go down. It looks like Morsa is opting to jump out there. I think that Stingray kind of denied a little bit of an opportunity for a push, but we see 1 kill going down. Massacre in total defense mode right now, just trying to shut down any attempt at a push that Rising Wave is trying to throw at them here. And at least, oh my goodness, yes, they're doing an extremely good job of turtling up right here. Flabber getting a double, possibly a triple. No, Nero finds a way to go down anyways. It looked like they survived a little bit, but very nice defense there by Massacre, as yet another Stingray pops out by Mr. Z. So Massacre cleaned up their base and now have an opportunity to push out here, or at least they did, until yet again another player going down, giving Rising Wave another opportunity to build up clams and try to sneak back in here once again.
You can see again, 19 clams. They did lose their zap, so no armor unless they wanted to wait for it. Now they have 20, so that's 40 points worth of clams since they have 2 power clams. Booyah Bomb's getting tossed. Looks like it's going to be in the lower part of... And there's a jump.
Jumps are coming in. We saw a baller coming out, and they do actually pop the basket, but it cost them 3 players. Valo, the NZAP, the last player alive, being chased out of zone. So once again, another push virtually shut down, even though they do give up the pop at the basket. 20 points off of your first push is not really ideal. And it looks like we now may finally, halfway through the game, have our first opportunity to see Massacre get something going. But just as I say that, it looks like the Gal was able to take out 1 player at the bottom. They do have a power clam, players jumping in. It looks like they're going to be close to armor and possibly a Stingray as well, so they will have some specials to work with if they can just survive a little bit longer for them all to come online. You see is Cat here? They seem to be confused about their IGN, getting a trade at the top. Flabber trying to take down Sedzar on the K-shot up there in the snipe, trying to land some fall-off shots. Doesn't look like it will happen, and the Stingray's coming out here yet again. You know, we've seen a lot of Stingrays so far, Shads, but honestly, it doesn't seem like they're getting a lot of value out of them up to this point.
The only one that they've gotten a lot of value out was the first one, which they used to defend against Crystal. Oh, but you see a delayed wipe on the side of Rising Wave. That is Massacre's big chance, and since it's only a 20-point lead, they can just chew through those points. They're already down to 48. Cat is still going. Flabber, it looks like he's still going too. There's the Stingray at the bottom that will get taken out. Looks like Massacre's 3 down, so that will probably be the end of their push.
And just as I say, the Stingrays haven't been very effective. We see a very nice Stingray coming out there to help sustain the push a little bit longer for Massacre. And with 1 minute left to go, Massacre's 1 push way outvalues the 1 push that we've seen out of Rising Wave so far. And with the kind of defense that Massacre has been showing up to this point, as 2 players jumping in and there's just no hope. 1 power clam lands, but that is a wipe. That will cost them every clam they have. I don't know if they have a mercy or not. They do not. So Rising Wave's going to have to form a clam in the next 30 seconds. And honestly, that's going to be somewhat difficult to do considering the bottom of the map is in control of Massacre up to this point. You see Nero trying to gather up some. They do have 7 clams, but Nero's the only one with clams. Let's go down. And 35 clams in the favor, I should say, of Massacre. So this should be the end of the game just because time is going to run out of the clock. And Massacre holds on and gets a very nice win there by a very strong end game of just soaking up all the clams and killing every player that was even close to picking up one on the side of Rising Wave. A nice win there for Massacre.
Yeah, if you looked at the game just from the first little portion where it was Rising Wave that was on the aggression, holding down the bottom part of the map, having the multiple power clams, they tried to force a couple pushes, and neither of them really worked. Obviously, the first push that they did, they only got 1 power clam, and they missed a power clam on both of their pushes that actually got the basket open. Both times they had 2 power clams, and both times they either got killed before they could throw both of them, or one of them just missed.
Well, one of the main reasons why they were missing is just because they were jumping in and trying to throw as they land. You saw a lot of players that were getting taken out when they landed before they could actually throw the power clam. And you just saw a few players when they landed just were a little disoriented as far as where they were in relation to the basket, and the throw were just off a little bit. But even if those throws were to land, it would not have been enough to overcome the one good push that Massacre pulled out there. Obviously, they turtled up when they needed to, and they got the one push they needed and got a more valuable push at that. So very nicely done there for Massacre as we head over to game 2 of this best of 3. Once again, we are in round 2 of the winner's bracket. We're heading to Tower Control at Manta Maria. I would be surprised if we don't see more Stingray. We do, but this time it is not the Stingray spam, but more the splatter scope coming out from Mr. Z. And that is a vanilla Squiffer that we see coming out from Rising Wave. So a double armor comp to go with Nero's Inkjet spam. I think we're going to see a lot of Inkjets here.
Yes, they have double armor, double jet. So the interesting about Squiffer is if you pack enough special charge up on it and main power up on it, it actually does get armor extremely quickly. I don't know exactly how much more is running on that. He does have 2 mains of MPU. I don't know what his sub-abilities look like though.
It's nice to be commentating with someone who knows something about chargers. It's not always the case.
Way down on the side of Massacre, it's looking like a start like the other game did, where Massacre was on the ropes. Morph was on the tower, Valo's protecting him. You can see Flabber on the top left of that Gal. He's got the flash ball out to try and help protect him while he tries to pick off people under the tower. The end-up will hit a pick on the T-Tech, and it's going up to Jet. It looks like the Splash. The Splash does have to get him, and the Inkjet is out.
Yeah, these Inkjets are going to be key for Rising Wave. It looks like Nero's Inkjet didn't quite accomplish what they were hoping for, and 2 players just go down. Possibly 3 if Flabber can chase out is, I believe that is Sedzar working around the tower. Sedzar does go down. So that will end the push for now for Rising Wave, and will start a push for Massacre. And you see Flabber in a really good position in the enemy bunker here, trying to, I think they're aware that Nero is on the wall there, and we see a 1v1 situation go into the favor of Nero. That could be huge as far as this push is concerned, and in fact, Massacre just doesn't feel comfortable trying to ride that tower at this point. Oh, and a very nice shot by Morza on the Squiffer, and 2 players going down for Massacre. Rising Wave looking to ride the tower to that second checkpoint. A very difficult one to clear, but so far in the first couple of minutes, Rising Wave has been showing that they're more than capable of handling this map.
They're at the second checkpoint, just about. Stingray is going to delay him a little bit, but it doesn't last that long. 3 are down on the side of Massacre. The only one left up is the Charger. Now he's in a good spot because he can actually get shots on power from there, but it looks like he's going to have to back up a little. He does go down though. And you can see two people from Riding Wave backing up. There's a jump in their street, but they're going to have to let that tower back up a little bit if they're going to want to stay alive.
About 2 minutes left to go in this match. Rising Wave with a very comfortable lead, clearing that second checkpoint, which is extremely difficult to do. But we do see Massacre trying, well, I should say they are attempting, as Valo gets a very nice fall-off kill and follows it up with a double. The Inzap, the last player alive, looks like they're stuck in their street as Valo's holding down position on the enemy bunker here, as Rising Wave is not done with this push. They're setting up to try to head for that third checkpoint, not taking their foot off the gas pedal at all.
I'm going out to try and help them push back in. They do get the unzap, but they're 2 down. Morse is getting pushed right now. There is a jump, but now it's a 2v1, and Grim is being forced to back up. CC's that. I think I said that? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Bria's out. That would be a trade.
I believe that is Sedzar, how to pronounce the player going down there. But here we go. Our first real attempt at a push here as Flabber gets a key kill. That will be 3 players down. Sedzar just responded, and Sedzar got killed at their spawn. Wow, so we see Massacre players push really far up. They want to keep the fight away from the tower, as this might be the only push they get here, and they need to find a way to clear the second checkpoint. It looks like they will do just that. So all they have to do, they just have to find a way to get to this third checkpoint. 1 player goes down, and Valo hops on, so 2 players going down. Oh, and is Cat here? Question mark. Finding a way to stay alive for a little bit longer, but ultimately the wipe does go down. Rising Wave now, with only 30 seconds left to go here, they do have lead, but they don't have those 2 checkpoint lead that they had. They'll allow them to kind of hold on to things here, and they don't have a Stingray or a Booyah Bomb to work with as a closeout game special. It's going to come down to these Inkjets and armors, if they can use them effectively. And the armor and Inkjet coming out right here. Swiffer going down, and Mr. Z barely missed that shot, but ultimately dies anyways. Shads, here we go. There is a path here, but it's going to have to be Grim. It's the Stingrays being fired, so now once Grim died, Flabber comboed just in time. Are you kidding me? But it's not enough. Well, great effort there by Massacre, but Rising Wave doing just enough to hold on to the lead, and they tie this series up at 1-1.
The aggression right out of the gate was really, really nice. And that was definitely key in helping them get to that first checkpoint relatively quickly, clearing it. Their first push, they got almost all the way to the second checkpoint, and then their second one just went completely past it. So the third map is Rainmaker Snapper. It'll be interesting to see if Morsa chooses to stay on the Swiffer. I would be willing to take a gamble and say no. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's. I'd be willing to bet money that Mr. Z is going back to the Sea Jets. The Stingray on Rainmaker obviously is a very, very nice special to have. Just speaking of specials in general, as we were looking at the stats from that last game, Rising Wave, even though they got the win there, only popped off a combined total of 6 Inkjets, 3 for each player, which was kind of surprising. So they were able to accomplish a lot there without having to rely on their specials, almost like this is the Splatoon 1 days. Yeah, I have to wonder how much of that was them hanging on to the Inkjets instead of just popping them as soon as they got them. You can see most players are readied up. We're just waiting on Flabber. Now, Morsa did ready up very quickly, so I could potentially see him using the Swiffer and popping armor and then picking up the Rainmaker. Given how well the Swiffer seemed to be working for him last match, we could possibly see it. And again, this is a best of 3, so the winner of this match will move on to round 3, which some teams have appeared to have already gotten underway. The loser will be heading to, I believe, round 3 or possibly round 4 of the losers bracket. So it looks like round 3. So a lot of Splatoon left to be played for whoever loses this one, but
obviously both teams would rather win and move on to the next round, as we see Mr. Z sticking with that splatter scope as opposed to the V-Jet, and Morza switching to the Kenta Machine. A very nice weapon on a map like this. I mean, I guess there's very few maps where Kenta Machine doesn't work out, but on a map that has a lot of slopes like this one does, obviously Kenta Machine is can be used very well here. As we see an opening push coming out from Rising Wave, it looks like they're taking it to the right, a little bit of a safer route, but Mr. Z is in a good position to try to shut this down, as long as you see that they're kind of aware somebody might be flanking them. And Nero here, it looks like Mr. Z is kind of the last line of defense, and it has to jump out, so this will be a lot of points soaked up. And even though all players go down except for Morza, who is still kind of sharking around there with the Kenta Machine, damage is done by Rising Wave, as they have a comfortable lead here in the first one.
Yeah, 36 is not bad for a push at all on this map, especially your first push. It's only been a minute in the game. They could easily make a similar push. DZ has to jump out again, and thanks to Sedza. On the left, you can see now they're trying to pop the Rainmaker. Velo, it looks like he's painting for an armor, and then Morsa is with him. And the Inkjet is out to put some pressure on that sniper. Stingray is out as well. That was a smart raid position. It was hard for the Inkjet to hit him there. The Grim trying to pick out the Kenta Machine. Had to get some help from Cat, but it does become a 2v1 again, and now it's 2 down on the side of Massacre. Oh, but now it's 3 down. 4 down, that is a delayed wipe. I'm sorry, on the side of Rising Wave, not Massacre.
Yeah, and Grim having a bit of a pop-off moment there, getting like a delayed quad, but ultimately it doesn't really result in anything positive for Massacre. They do have map control, and they do have the Rainmaker in their hands, so they might be able to do something here with all of those kills that Grim got just about 30 seconds ago. And Stingray's coming out to support here. They do have a long way to go by going this way. Actually, no, just sneaking around that left side. Morsa's kind of the last line of defense, does force them back into the other players, forcing a pincer that ultimately will shut down that push. As you see, Rising Wave players already starting to pushing up. They might smell blood in the water here. They might be trying to get another push going off themselves.
I think they smell more than just blood. I think they're smelling the entire fish. You're going on the left, and there's 3 people there. It looks like Morsa was flanking, and he does flank and get out that charge there. The Inkjet is out, pressing Flather. He's always trying to get that, does not make it. It moves a bit slower this time. I don't know if that's just because of the stagnation of the kill. Stingray is out, and it will pick that Rainmaker. Flather's hunting down the machine, and he does get him, so it is 2 down on the side of Rising Wave to make that 3 down. 1 just respawned. And Flather's pushing right up into their base.
You know, that was kind of a passive push there for Rising Wave, which kind of makes sense. They do have a lead. It is somewhat of a comfortable one, but it's one that can be coughed up extremely easy if the right situation arises to where Massacre can just take the Rainmaker down mid. And in fact, all they really have to do is go up the top of the ramp where Mr. Z is right now, and that should be enough to give them the lead. So as we see the Stingray coming out here, taking down the Rainmaker, but Massacre, okay, now 2 players are down. You see Setsar backing up. They understand the value of holding the ramp. They want them to push the Rainmaker to the right, and instead it looks like they are going to opt to go down the mid, and get stopped just before taking the lead.
1 point
There are
lead.
2 players left alive, but they are nowhere near the Rainmaker. Nero sharks down. Grim is pushing up into the base of Mr. Z, and they grab the Rainmaker. So what a clutch save there by Rising Wave as they tried to put the Rainmaker back on the Massacre side of the map with about 30 seconds left to go.
Now, 2 people Rising Wave are down, but you can see Morsa's pressuring Grim pretty well. Also does go down though, so that is a delayed wipe on the side of Rising Wave. But the Rainmaker is pretty deep into Massacre's territory, so they need to push it all the way from that to where they had it before. The 2 members of Rising Wave up on the snipe. The Stingray's going to try and clear that out, but Stingray's dead. You know, there's a flank. And 3 dead on the side of Massacre. That's a wipe, and that is game and set.
Rising Wave taking this one 2-1 in a very clutch, very close back and forth battle. Just by these 3 games alone, you can tell these teams are very evenly matched against each other. It's just Rising more plays necessary to win there in the end than Massacre did. So a very good set to put on stream, whoever picked this one out. But we are going to be moving on to round 3, and we're going to be doing that shortly. But first, we're going to take a quick break because I just got off of work and I've been staring at this food while talking over this match. Let's take some time to eat some spaghetti. And in the meantime, you guys just sit tight and we will be right back. You are watching SOS on IPL. We are in round 3, about to stream Funtime versus Wet Fish. You're watching SOS. And who are these 2 teams? These are 2 pickups, right? Shads, you seem to know who these guys are.
Okay,
I think one is in control and the other is... No, Leafy is in control.
It looks like that the control members in the lobby are actually split. So you have Shinex and Evan on one team versus Madness on the other.
Oh, is this a little civil war? Yeah, we do. Okay, so okay. So yeah, we got 3 in control players, it looks like, in this lobby. Madness on one, Shinex and Evan on the other. So a couple of pickup teams apparently they didn't want to play together.
I think Ray and Happy are both on Southern Lights. Don't quote me on that, though, but I'm pretty sure they are. So if that is them, then pretty stacked lobbies. I have no clue who the person whose name is in Japanese. I don't know who that is. Do you know anything about Nolan or Leafy?
Nope. Other than that they are players that are well known, besides people outside of me. It looks like both of these teams are coming in. Funtime Pickup Beat Watch Party, which I would assume is another pickup team. You know, it'd be awesome if you guys pick a consistent pickup team name so we actually knew who you people were instead of just when people are ready up here. But regardless of that, players have readied up. It looks like we have an H3D on the side of Team Madness, and of course SS Nolan on the side of the team that is not Team Madness. I believe
Team Madness is not Team Madness.
Okay, Nolan is on
Funny.
Wetfish and Funny. We got you here. And it looks like Wetfish has an early lead, but this zone is probably going to be taken back here by Wetfish.
So it's a 3v3 right now. You can see the Explosher up on the snipe trying to put in some work. It is the bubble Explosher, so if they can get a sprinkler situated somewhere on zone, that does provide continuous paint. The bomb rush is out, it looks like. Oh, but Nolan is down. Madness is kind of trying to get up onto the snipe. Looks like he's being pushed by the Explosher, so the Explosher definitely knows that he's there. And then I think that is the Octo Shot. Yes, we see on the Octo Shot, also pushing into Funny's court.
Yes, and this is a very scary situation here if you are Funtime Pickup, as they are threatening to get a KO here. The Junior going down. The X-Splosh is going to pop bubbles on the left side there. I don't know if that's going to be enough to kind of stall out zone. It's going to have to come down to that X-Splosh making something happen with their main weapon, and it's not going to be enough. Just not enough players left alive there to help cap the zone back. And game one is going to Wetfish, as I believe this is the Madness team taking out two of their in-control Splatoon teammates and taking game one very, very quickly.
It was clean, it was quick, it was fast. Honestly, really what you want from a zones match. They got the zone, they really didn't give it up. I'm not sure if the Explosion had a good idea. I don't know if it was positioning wrong perhaps, or if it was just having bad luck and not getting the motors to hit, but it wasn't getting any of the picks.
Well, the thing about using X-Splosh is that the rest of your teammates have to get your X-Splosh in a position to be comfortable. It's very hard for that X-Splosh to get up top on the snipe area there, or in a position to where they can just rain down paint when the rest of their teammates are constantly being sent back to their spawn. And even if they were to get into a good position, we saw Gray on the splatter scope, which would have had a great opportunity to kind of keep them at a distance away from zone. So ultimately a good idea, just didn't really work out for Funtime Pickup for Funny, or Funtime Pickup for Funny.
So moving on.
We need. Can I just rant about? We need to come up with better pickup names here. I'm not just calling out one team in particular, but as a community as a whole, these pickup names suck. I'll accept Wetfish. That's okay. I'll accept Wetfish, but Funtime Pickup for Funny, I can't let that slide. I'm sorry.
Creative. I mean, would you rather have something like a Funtime Pickup for Funny, or would you rather have, I don't know, Pickup number 3? The one sounds creative, the other one sounds like the name of some Wolfgang von Mozart Splatoon ballad.
Overture. Pickup Overture number 2. We are heading here to Clamblitz Hotel. Wet Duck readying up here, currently up 1-0, as we see the comps. Gray sticking to the splatter scope, coming out with the Fire Fin. Madness rocking it with the patented Nautilus, and a vanilla Jet coming out for Funtime Pickup for Fun.
Okay, that surprises me. Well, kind of missiles can be helpful. I would have expected to see the Sea-Jet. Yes, it is Clamblitz, but Stingray is really good on Albacore. It's a very flat map. It is not having a lot of changes in elevation, you can get set up with the Stingray, and you can't really do the old go up and down elevations to dodge it. So we see in the middle, looks like Ray's a little bit of trouble. He calls a friend, come and help. So it does take 3 of them, but they do manage to get Nolan down. Looks like Leafy is going to right, takes up the Jet. But 2 are down on the side of Wetfish. And the vast majority of mid looks to be mostly green right now. You can see Happy's here to try and paint some things up. So right now the teams are just kind of poking at each other, trying to feel each other out, see what kind of strategies the others are probably trying to do. If they're going to go somewhere, you see over on the left, Shinek looks like he's in a sticky spot, but somebody comes to help him out. Looks like Jet. Well, sure, the Myths are out. So 3 down on the side of Wetfish. So it looks like the pickup is going to start moving in. 2v3 right now. 2 power clams are in, so we're already down to 60 points. Nolan trades, and Evan is the only one left alive, so he's going to back off. That push is dead, but still down to 45 points remaining. That is not a bad push at all.
No, it's a very good push, especially when you're the team that's coming into this match getting KO'd extremely quickly. But here we go, Leafy with a power clam pushing around this wide side. Happy popping armor as well. There is an opportunity here, but you gotta wonder if they can find a way to get 2 of these power clams in here. Do they have extra clams on top of that to kind of follow it up and try to get lead off of this one push? It's going to come down to if they can get some picks right here. Leafy popping Inkjet, and they know that somebody got called out in mid. It looks like Evan, but they aren't able to take Evan down. And that appears to be something that's really bothering them, as Rain coming out here as well. As long as... a very nice trade there. But here comes some points here on the board, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take lead. They do get 2 power clams. Actually, there is amidst all of that confusion with fighting Evan, they managed to find a way to build a 3rd power clam, and they get all 3 of them in there. So there you go. The push got delayed just long enough, and Funtime Pickup just had too much of an issue trying to take down players there, and that allowed them to build up enough clams to get lead. And with 1:40 left to go here, Wetfish is in a very good position, as they do have a lot of penalty points to hold on to as a little bit of defense in case the basket does get popped again, as Nolan takes down Madness. A very nice pick.
Oh, Gray gets somebody vote? Like, gets pro. Well, things are remaining mostly neutral. You can see neither side has a great number of penalty points over the other. It's not like one has 20 and the other one has 35. 1 power clam for each team plus a couple small clams will eliminate that. The question is, can they get back in? See, Gray with the bomb rush trying to push things in. He's playing really aggressively, which I like, but looks like he's a little bit of trouble. He's the only one left up. They're going to charge him, so he's got to back up. You can see that the Jet Squelcher is trying to push on the bridge. There's a flank from the left. He can't really go to the right, and there he goes. Although 2 of Funny do go down.
Oh, and that is a white. So this should be enough for the lead to go back into the favor of Funtime Pickup For Funny, and they do get the lead right there. As you see, Nolan does go down, trying to get another pick as Madness forces this last player, make that their ex-teammate Evan going down. So here we go. We have a little bit of a situation here. The map control is in the favor for the purple team, as they do have 2 power clams. They have enough to get lead right back here. As you see, they're trying to build up specials. So do have Inkjet ready. They are very close to a bomb rush, very close to an armor. And you see Nolan sharking here, just waiting for them to come across the bridge in middle. Just sharking very patiently. And, but the one player going down, it's going to come down. Can Evan stay alive? They do get chased out of the zone, and players are collapsing in. They just need one more clam to throw in there, and Madness from the left side gets the clam in there and gets the win. A stolen win by Wetfish as they win this set 2-0 over Funtime Pickup For Funny.
But we will see Funtime Pickup For Funny going down to losers, but their roster is pretty stacked. I could see them making a pretty convincing run through losers to maybe get back into the grand final.
And Wetfish now has the honor of taking on the number 1 seed Melee Nation. You know, of all the complaining I just did about pickup team names, it's going to be nothing compared to what's going to be in this upcoming NA Open, when we're just going to see team after team after team called Free Melee or Save Smash or whatever. So I guess I shouldn't be complaining too much, but at least those pickup names are for a good cause. And in rant there. I think we're going to take a very short break because all of the matches for the next round 4 are set. So we're going to get those players in this lobby here. I'm going to take a few more bites of spaghetti, and we will be right back with more of SOS that you are watching on IPL. Tell me why your pickup names are so bad. No.
That is not
actually,
what Pickup Number 3 by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart sounds like.
Actually, we are bringing you 2 non-pickup teams. How about that? We are bringing you Temptation versus Requiem. Temptation being a newer-ish team made up of several players that have competitive experience. I believe these guys... I know they played in Midway, and I know they did really well. I don't recall what their actual finish was.
They actually won. They actually won, and then they've also gone taken matches against Sonder, which is pretty impressive for a new team, because Sonder is not a pushover at all.
And neither is Requiem. I believe this is a Div X team that has won testing grounds in the past. So, 2-1 up-and-coming team. This will be, honestly, this could be a statement game for Temptation, or a good measuring stick to see just how good they really are going up against a tough Requiem team like this. But we are ready. Sonder, I'm just now seeing that as well. But we are heading into the first game here. Rainmaker at main stage. As we see teams starting to ready up here. Looks like Anchorless Comp coming out for the side of Requiem with the Nautilus from Cherry. And Shiny Boy coming out with the Splattershot Scope. And a double Ninja Squid comp coming out for Temptation as well. Very sneaky. Especially for a map like, or a mode like Rainmaker.
So we have double Inkjet on the side of Requiem from the Nod and then from the Vanilla Splash, which I personally like seeing the Splashmatics being played. I think they are pretty underrated as a weapon. See, it's a 2v2 right now. We've got the Charger and the T-Pack on the side of Temptation. And everybody's all respawned as it jumped in, and the Rainmaker has been grabbed by Requiem, so they're going to push up. Henry gets switched between two people, but the Rainmaker does go down thanks to the Ray and Red Shell. Let's two down on the side of Temptation. No, not Requiem, sorry.
A very nice, a nice stop there, but it looks like Requiem's trying to keep this push going, even though they are down. Well, okay, there's no way they can keep it going down now. They have two players going down, Inkjet going off, forcing Cherry to die, actually. Can't even escape that. As Riz looking to take the Rainmaker to the right, knows that Shadow is up there, is going to try to slip under them anyway. Do get the lead, but it's not really a lead that they're going to be comfortable with only 64 points remaining. Shiny Boy forcing the jump out here, so this map will turn purple very quickly in far as mid is concerned. It's just going to be a matter of how fast is Requiem going to try to force this push. It looks like Shadow's going to go right now as they do see an opening, and they do slip past the Stingray long enough to get to 34 remaining. A huge score there, even though it cost them 3 players live. Cherry getting taken down, but a good push and a much better lead this time around for Requiem.
The Temptation is quickly painting up the map. All of them are in mid. We're just going to let the Rainmaker chill out, reset on its own. The Charger does get picked, though. They do not get Splash, so it's a 3v3 right now. Requiem has armor, so that's going to make things a bit tricky. Looks like Henry has to back up a little bit. He's back in their court currently. He'll try to poke his head out soon. And Pentamissile's on 3.
So Requiem now trying to get another push going here. You see Cherry popping, Inkjet looking for somebody to pick off. You know that Inkjet, I was going to say the Inkjet's going to land safely, but it's not even going to get an opportunity to land. As you see Shiny Boy taking them down out of air. The Rainmaker's still alive somehow, even though they do take 1 player down. So with 2 minutes left to go here, Temptation has some tools to work with here to get a push started. The problem is, can they take down enough players, and can they find the Sharkers like Grape, who is just waiting very patiently, now making their move. Might actually try to pick up the Rainmaker. No, instead is going to head towards mid and try to get a hit or 2. Ultimately helps with an assist right there, sees the stealth jump coming in on the top, and actually if you're Requiem, with all the players on the left there, they recognize everybody's on the left, so they're going to take it and try to slip right. The Stingray is only the last player left to right. They kind of shut down the push, and they do just that, but 3 more points added to this lead. That might be very beneficial for Requiem down the road.
Absolutely, and even though 2 of them are down and we see a 3rd one just get taken out, Requiem has Grape on the top right. That is going to be hard to drop. He drops, toxically slows the Rainmaker down. That's an easy triple, looks like. Last one is Henry, but he will be dead upon landing, most likely.
Just as you called out, they do shark it out. And yeah, it's, Requiem, doing a very good job here of shutting down the pushes. As soon as they get started, you see the spacing and positioning by all of the players seems to be very well thought out, and is something you would expect from a very experienced team that they are. Temptation, being a little bit of the newer team, might not have the synergy just yet, at least as far as this game is concerned, to find a way to get a win here. But with Rainmaker, all they really need to do is get one pick or two, and there you go, Cherry going down. This might be the window that Temptation needs. If this hammer from Red Shell can find a way to get one more pick or two, I suppose one player snuck right behind, took out the Rainmaker, as you pointed out. There might be one more opportunity at a push. They do grab it, but with two players down, there's not much in the way to help protect this Rainmaker, as game one will go to Requiem here, and put Temptation in a bit of a hole early on.
They weren't too far off from being close together in terms of how well they were pushing, though. So we could maybe see another potential surprise win on the side of Temptation, like there was against Sonder. It is possible. Well, I'm not sure, but
if they beat Requiem here after beating Sonder 2-1, at that point, I think it might not just be a surprise. It just might be Temptation is just actually that good. But to do so, they're just going to have to come from behind in this. Are we still in best of 3 territory?
Yes,
we
best
are.
Of 3, so we have Splat Zones on Inkspot. Cherry's readied up quickly. She will probably stick with that Nautilus. Shiny Boy readies up pretty quickly as well. If I had to guess, he will probably swap to a Firefin. Red Shell probably will stick with the Kensa. A Brush. Not sure what Rissa and Henry will do. On the side of Requiem, what do you think we'll see?
The question is going to be, we saw that double Ninja Squid comp coming out from Temptation, but at least from what we saw from the spectator side of the view, we didn't really see a whole lot of sharking or a whole lot of movement that would kind of benefit using that Ninja Squid. So I wonder if they're going to go to something, if they're going to change up their gear a little bit to try to help their play style, or if they're just going to try to be a little bit more sneakier than what they were that last game. But it looked like Requiem was actually being the team that was more sneaky. They were getting the picks they needed, and they were hiding their players near the objective and popping out just when they needed to. So it's going to come down to, can Temptation watch their flanks and be aware of where the Sharkers are? Because it seems like somebody was always finding a way to slip behind them at the worst time. As we do see only one Ninja Squid this time coming out for Temptation, as they do keep roughly the same comp. We do see a CBS coming out, and the same kind of aggressive comp coming out from Requiem that we saw last time.
So we have a Neo Splash on the field now instead of Vanilla Splash, CBS instead of a C-Tech, and then a Firefin instead of a Vanilla Splash itself. You can see Jerry already getting a nice pick. He's in a good spot to try and get Water Tower. Oh, Red Shell manages to sneak up on her and get her. And see he's crouching underneath that platform. Trying to work his way around on Select real quick. And looks around. Oh, he ran into a bomb.
It's an unfortunate death there, but if Temptation is going to win this game, we're going to need to see more plays like that out of Red Shell. Just coming up and whapping a player, basically getting into a 1v0, basically a fight that a Requiem player doesn't realize that they are in, and before they can do anything about it, just getting taken down. That seems to be the playstyle that Red Shell uses really well, and we're going to need to see some more of that. But right now, Temptation's stuck in a lockout situation as Great. Oh, Cherry going down, but Great able to cancel the hammer. And they do get lead off of this push. This push might keep going, question mark. No, it will not be able to end the push, but they do get lead there. And Shadow getting taken down by the rain. That's going to allow Shiny Boy to stay comfortable. That rain kill is so huge because Shiny Boy, I don't think they realized the danger they were in with the Nautilus staring down on the wall. One player knows. Once again getting snuck in behind. And while focusing on the player that got snuck behind them, Max pops up, kills the Charger, and takes control of the zone. Once again, one player finds a way behind the entire defense, and it just ruins everything for Temptation.
The Henry goes down to Inkjet. The hammer is in the zone again, but it looks like, yeah, Grape gets that pick. The full wipe on the side of Temptation, and you can see Requiem pushing up onto their plat, which is absolutely essential for winning and shutting teams out on this map. Their penalty's gone, so time is ticking down. The Henry's trying to get some fall-off shots, but he's being forced to stay back because of the burst bomb. We have Suction Bomb, Ink Storm, and Rain coming out on the side of Temptation. A nice coordinated special play here. But we have a counter bomb rush from Grape. And Richter is stuck in the corner. He goes down. They are 2 down on the side of Temptation at the full wipe, and that will be game.
There was a window there for Temptation to get that win back. You saw them use all of their specials. The problem is they just had too many players die and couldn't attack the zone with their main weapons. So Requiem, seeing the upset that Temptation pulled off over Sonder and says, we don't care. We're totally fine with that. They get the win and Temptation goes down to the losers bracket. But I think the more we see of these Temptation guys, I think they're honestly a team to look out for in the future, not only because they used or they won the second midway tournament, as you pointed out, but just because of the results they've already had in this tournament. Definitely a team you don't want to face at this point of the tournament in the losers bracket, but
oh, absolutely. I mean, not many teams can manage to keep up with a DivX team like Requiem, even for a short while, because for a short while on that zones map, before they really got pushed out and shut out, the two were neck and neck. So they will definitely be someone to watch out for.
And with that, we are going to take a break that I believe is going to be a bit of a longer break this time around, since the stream... No? What do you mean, no? Are we going right into the next one? Actually, it looks like the next one is ready, so...
Sorry, Pop Gun. No
what do I know?
You.
That's all right. You know what? I don't need a break, and you guys don't want to go to a break either. Let's just talk through it. It looks like we are going to be giving you guys Melee Nation versus Priority. Coming up next, Melee Nation, the team that is the number 1 seed. They are currently undefeated at 6-0, beating Dream Knights, Egg, and Wetfish. I'm assuming Egg is another pickup team. Wetfish being the team you just saw on stream right before this. So, but they're going to be taking on a Priority team that has been having a good tournament themselves. 2-0 after Glow, 2-0 over Project, and 2-0 over King Klong. I would assume this is another pickup. Do we have any actual real teams in this tournament, or is everybody just a pickup?
I mean, Priority is a very real team.
Yes, Priority.
Team. Twilight Anglers is a real team. Dream Knights is a real team. About half of the teams that we've seen on stream have been real teams.
Is K-Bot Fan Club a real team? I would love for that to be a real team, honestly.
They are probably a real team in his heart. Here we see on the screen, you can see their rosters. We have Bagel, we have Chara, we have DJ, Biscuit, and then the name in Japanese, which is actually Ice. So, very, very stacked roster. On the other side, you can see Akristomo, Stock, Jay Sushi, and Jared. Also, none of them players to sneeze at, really. Obviously, Melee Nation is going to be the favorites going in.
Oh yeah, I mean the players on Melee Nation are used to they're used to being the ones that are taking home the prize money at the end of these tournaments, or being knocked out by FT Win playing against them. But I would assume this team is number 1 for a reason, and but this is going to be the toughest team they faced so far in this tournament in Priority. Somebody's going to have to take their first L in this set, both teams coming in undefeated. And from this point on, as far as the winner side is concerned, we are looking at a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. That way the losers bracket can catch up a little bit. It looks like there's usually an awkward wait times. So this will allow Losers Bracket to catch up and just give you guys even more Splatoon action to enjoy as we just wait for one more player to ready up, and we are heading to tower control at Manta Maria.
Do you think Char will use Nocto Brush? Because from what I've seen on Twitter, it looks like he's been experimenting with it a little bit. Do you think we will see that?
Well, we'll get our answer in the next couple of seconds or so. Melee Fan Club. Melee, Team Melee coming up here with a pretty standard comp you would expect to see out of these players. Obviously, Bagel doing Nautilus, DJ on the Slosher, Ice on a Charger. But a more vanilla comp coming out on the side of Priority here with the K-Pro, the Stingray, the Armor, and the CDS as well. So both teams just kind of feeling each other out here in the opening. You see DJ putting a sprinkler in a very annoying spot at the very top of that little smokestack there on the ship with a baller ready to go. Ice does go down. DJ is pushing up, but two players going down on the side of Melee as you see DJ staying alive, taking down Jordan, but gets taken down themselves. So that is just going to open up an opportunity for Priority to get some points on the board. And as soon as I say that, it looks like Ice comes back from the dead and gets a huge pick on the tower and completely shuts down the push with that one pick alone.
Yeah, he's backing up a decent amount. He's aiming for rain. He's got it. It's out. Ice is using his bomb rush. Now, it is important to note, Ice is not using the Stingray Charger. He is using the Fire Fin. So he has a bomb rush, which means better paint control, but there also will be no GG Ray on the side of Melee Nation.
Despite that, Melee Nation will get the lead here. Are they going to get past this checkpoint? I would assume so. The two players are easily accessible to the tower, and they hop on. Hey, push up at a position here. This is one that's very difficult to get across, but holding down that spot by that checkpoint, as you see them actually pushing all the way up to take the fight over the wall there before getting taken down, but it's not enough to stop Melee Nation from clearing that checkpoint.
And Jared gets two, it looks like, and the last one up is DJ, who I believe died earlier, so that is effectively the end of that push. The DJ is sharpening in that bunker, just trying to get some paint. Jordan has to know that he's up there. The Junior's over on the far left, probably aiming for an armor, and Ice is up on the left-hand side of the map, trying to get a couple hot shots on people. Oh, but he does go down. And Bagel goes down as well, so two down, that is most of their range gone. DJ gets onto the PC trouble. And it's a trade.
That's a good trade because that will allow Priority to get past that first checkpoint. Getting past the second one here would be huge. They do have a good situation here with Bagel, but Bagel obviously on the street does pose a problem. I would say they did take out Ice, but with Bagel still alive, and even though Bagel does go down there, it cost them too many lives to do just that. So this push will be done for now. But if you're Priority and you're coming in here as the underdog, as you see Ice going down yet again, make that a double from the Stingray. A very nice Stingray. This is going to open up an opportunity for a push to come out in a second attempt to get to that second checkpoint. But as we've seen time and time again, it seems like whenever they get comfortable, Ice sets up somewhere out of their sight and takes out the tower. It's going to be a question of, can they do that just now? You saw the K-Pro going along the left side, does get taken out. Bagel pushing up to the bunker there and taking a fight in mid. So a very nice response there from Melee as they force the players away from the tower and force the tower to go back to mid.
Charter tried to get a pick on the Inkjet, wasn't able to do so no duck hunts for them today. The DJ's pushing up on the left, he's in his forward, there are two people over there, so he should probably use a teammate to come and help him. Bagel goes down somewhere, but also CDS on the side of Priority is dead, so the 3v3, DJ is dead to a beautiful place. A bomb by Jordan, and it's kind of slowly turning green. Armor is out for Melee Nation. The Ice is trying to get a pick on someone. Jordan's going to push him. And he pay dearly for it.
Trying to hold forward against Ice. Only so much you can do right there as Ice hops onto the tower. With 2 players down now, this is a bit of a desperation time here for Priority. A splat bomb kill like that from Jordan helps out a lot, but they're going to need to find a way to get a few more picks as well, and there they go. But it cost them 3 players to do that. I don't know who got all the kills there, but and the last player being forced to jump out, so this checkpoint will fall, but I don't know if they have enough time to get all the kills they need to force players off the tower. In fact, they might just be a KO before the timer runs out. And, well, no, they do just enough to hold on to the tower and get and force overtime, but with all the players readying up, and you see the specials already getting close to being activated for the side of Melee. This is a deep hole that Priority has to climb themselves out of, and with the Junior going down, 1 player staying alive on tower, that is Jordan. K-Pro can do a good job of riding tower, but there's only so much you can do when DJ is raining down on you from the side with the slosher, and that's going to be it as Melee takes this first game. The score doesn't really show how close this game actually was. It seemed like Melee was in control for most of this game, but Priority still had its opportunities there. They just didn't capitalize on them as well as Melee was able to.
Absolutely. I don't know who exactly the charger is on the side of Priority. I don't know if that's Domo or Stalk or someone else, but they were hitting some absolutely beautiful shots. Some of the angles that they managed to hit were incredibly difficult angles. I see in the chat that Isaac says that the charger is Domo, so it is Domo. But he hit some really difficult shots to hit, so kudos to him for getting those.
Yeah, Domo is on the roster here. So yeah, that must be Yamin, I believe is how that is pronounced. Yamin? There's 2 E's there. But now we're heading over to Clam Blitz at the Reef. Ice has been known to bust out Bamboo at times, also used Forge Pro as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if they go with an anchorless comp or if they decide to do something that we've kind of known Ice for over the years with their anchor position. But if your Priority here, there's you just got to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to you, because those opportunities are going to come. It's just going to be a matter of, can they get more value out of their pushes versus the one that Melee Nation is going to bring out.
Yeah, it's a long time to ready up, so I'm wondering if they are going back and forth on to Bamboo or not to Bamboo. I personally would love to see Ice play Bamboo. I think it would be incredibly entertaining to watch. In a good way. I mean, he's such a skilled charger player.
And now we see both teams starting to come on to the Reef here. We do see Ice, excuse me.
A junior.
Ice coming out. That's okay.
But we do see Domo pulling out the Bamboo, which I am excited about.
So we see a double junior comp here. They elect to put Ice on junior as well. So this is a very, this is a cool comp, honestly. So I guess the mindset here is just to put as much paint down and give as many armors to Bagel as possible for this Nautilus to just kind of pop off here. But 2 players going down immediately for Priority as you see Domo being forced to retreat to the alleyway there, and Melee able to get control of mid, and a whole host of clams at their disposal. Inkjet going off, as well as armor. Players collapsing on the zone. 3 players going down here. So yeah, this is a very make that a wipe. This could be very ugly very quickly for Team Melee.
It will be very ugly. They're already down to 20 points. The push is still going. They're at 14. They have almost enough to KO. They just need 2 more. Trying to stay alive. Finals clamps. He does not. He gets kicked. But DJ is coming in. Does he have enough time? Yes, he does. So that was That was probably one of the cleanest clanless games you can ask for. Quick, simple, utterly ruthless.
And once again, so there you go. Who needs Bamboo? Who needs Charger? Who needs Forge Pro? Obviously, Ice is pretty dominant on that Vanilla Junior right there. Only 2 players, only 2 kills on the side of Priority. Jordan getting 2 KAs, nobody else getting any. So a very dominant win there. On the much faster mode of Clan Blitz. Really, they just got wiped once, and it was just good night from that point on. As we now head into game 3. Once again, this is a best of 5 Rainmaker at Black Belly. I guess, well, if we're gonna play the game where we predict comps, I guess everything's on the table now for Ice. I would be surprised if we didn't see a patented Stingray come out here.
I don't know. Low Cut Nation has done a lot of wacky double weapon comps. I believe when they got second in area comp, one of the comps they ran was double knot and double junior. And I readied up pretty quickly. Ice on C-Jets. It's in the chat. It says, Power says that if Ice goes C-Jet, he's disowning him. Well, Ice, you're officially disowned, but I don't blame you for picking it because Stingray is absolutely dominating on Black Belly, especially on Rainmaker.
And to be fair, Priority is busting out the Stingray spammer as well. And in fact, we see both Stingrays coming out from both sides in the first 15 seconds, so get ready for a healthy dose of that in this game. As we saw Team Melee trying to slip it around to the left side, get snuffed out before anything can happen. And 2 players down here, Ice Trust trying to keep Priority players away from the Rainmaker. They do see Jordan kind of stuck in an awkward situation. Jordan does escape, and this will allow Team Melee to get a bit of a push going here. You see Bagel pushing up, getting a pick on Jordan. Yet another Stingray coming out. A counter Stingray is in the works, but it's not quite ready yet. It will be coming out right now, but it's a little bit too late as they already get to 28 points remaining. Another huge opening push for Melee that puts Priorities on their heels in this elimination game.
Absolutely, but it is Black Belly Rainmaker, and no push is truly safe on Black Belly Rainmaker unless it's a push to the pedestal. You see that push doesn't look like the most good though. Oh, the Inkjet gets picked. Looks like Char's launching some armor. He's pushing up pretty aggressively for a junior. He's trying to bomb him out. Can't find anyone, and he does go down. Bagel goes down as well. The Stingray is out. DJ looks like he's just trying to hold over on to the right a little bit, but the Penta missiles will send him running back to mid. So Jordan manages to catch up to him with that toxic miss, and he is out.
There's a bit of a situation here for, or a bit of a window, honestly. Well, I was going to say, and then the Stingray from the heavens came down and just shut down the push, so never mind that. But it looked like there was a situation there for Priority to get a push going. And honestly, there still might be if they can find a way to get a pick or two here, but the Rainmaker as far away is being forced away from the Priority players as they have no hope of getting a Bagel taking down the Inkjet out of the air. And does see Jared on the right side there as they try to make them as uncomfortable as possible. And once again, the Rainmaker being picked up. Team Melee not taking their foot off the gas just yet. They're trying to get another push going.
Honestly, given how quickly Black Belly Rainmaker can flip, I don't blame them. C-Jet manages to get taken out by Bagel. Bagel gets another. See the Vanilla Flash throwing Toxinus, trying to catch anybody, won't manage to do that. And it looks like Priority is getting into defensive positions, but given the fact that their defensive positions haven't been able to do a ton to really stop the pushes before, I'm not sure how well setting up the same way is going to work, really.
And yeah, the fact that they're constantly being forced to be put into defensive positions is just a winning strategy for Melee here. As long as they can't get any push going and they have to spend all their time defending, that's not the kind of gameplay game style that you want to be doing when you're the team that's down at 28-80. But they do have yet another window opportunity here. You do see them taking it to the right side, but every time it seems like they're about to get comfortable. This 1v1 Stingray is going to be huge, but it looks like neither player wins that, but it does chase the Stingray away from the Rainmaker for a little bit. But ultimately, once again, shutting down the push, it seems like any time Priority is on the brink of trying to get something started, there comes the Stingray, and it all just goes out the window.
It really, if Priority wants to get a good opportunity to push, they need to figure out a way to consistently keep ice down. That Stingray is just going to stop them every single time they try to push. You see, currently one is down on the side of... Make that two, actually, on the side of Melee Nation. One down on the side of Priority.
And there you go. If you want to take out the Stingray, this is how you do it. You take out the other players first. And now we see actually, Ice opting to take out the Sea-Jet, the enemy Sea-Jet first before going for the Rainmaker. But they're going to have, obviously, plenty of time to build up yet another... As you see Bagel just trying to get a drop-off shot there on the Rainmaker. DJ coming in and cleaning up there. So with 4 seconds remaining, Team Melee in control of the map. They own the Rainmaker shield. There's just nothing Priority can get going there. Once they gave up the lead, it just seemed like there was almost nothing they could do to overcome the defense, the aggressive defense that Team Melee put on there as they win this set 3-0 and advance onto winners finals.
You look at the numbers, 12 Stingrays in total. So, just doing the math real quick, there's about a Stingray and a fifth per minute on each team. And quite honestly, if they had really wanted to spam it, I'm pretty sure that each one of them could have pumped out 3 or 4 more without any trouble.
Unfortunately, both of those players have now been disowned by Power, so you get the win, but at what cost? Are we going to be taking a break now?
I want to eat this spaghetti.
Spaghetti, please. We are going to be giving you winners finals. After a short break, obviously, Melee Nation will be taking on the winner of Dream and Requiem. And those teams have not reported their scores yet. They might have just started, honestly. Dream finished their set a little bit while ago. Yeah, they actually just now saying hello to each other. So we'll be on a bit of a hiatus, and we will come back to you with winners finals. You are watching SOS on IPL. And welcome back to Winners Finals of SOS 9. You know, I did a little bit of research in between the break there. This is actually the biggest SOS tournament to date at 38 teams. So, and I would wager this is one of the few times the number 1 and number 2 seed are facing against each other in Winners Finals. But that is the situation we find ourselves in here. Melee Nation, the number 1 seed, currently undefeated at 9-0, taking on Dream, who has only dropped 1 game themselves to Paragon in their run up to this point, coming in at 9-1 as the number 2 seed. So these two teams obviously living up to their 1 to 2 seed hype, and should be set for a fun best of 5 winners finals here, with the loser moving on to grands, or with the winner moving on to grands, and the loser getting to enjoy the fun that is the loser's bracket. Shads, we're going to be looking at Clan Blitz at Snapper Canal here in game 1.
Okay, so Q was either going to run a Bando or a Squiffer. I don't know if Melee Nation is going to go with the double junior Nautilus comp that worked so well on the Reef Clan Blitz in their last set. Only time to really tell. So let's hop right into it. It's Clan Blitz on Snapper Canal. And actually, I'm surprised Q is actually not running either. She is running a Speed Jet, and Ice is on Firefin. So you see double Splatling, Junior Firefin on the side of Melee Nation. Green has a Pencil Rapid Blaster, a H3, a Pencil Shot, and of course the Sea Jet. So both teams have some decent pushing power. Looks like we see 2 down on the side of Melee Nation. See the Rapid Blasters run around getting clams with 24. Oh, but the H3 goes down and he drops that power clam. We do manage to get Melee Nation's basket open, but at the cost of a delayed team wipe, and it's only 80 points on the board for them, which is not a big push at all.
Keep talking. I'm having some internet issues. I'll hop back in a second. Take it away, Shads.
So the famous internet issues that surround Splatoon do not seem to be affecting our players, but rather our commentators. So we're stuck with me for a while. You can see that the armor is out, as well as the Stingray to try and stop Melee Nation's push. Power Clam does get dropped to try and throw that Stingray off a little bit. Does seem to delay things a little bit. You can see that the Rapid Blaster is watching the Sneaky to try and prevent any flank. The H3 goes down to a nice snipe from Ice. He's now on the little snipe out of cut. 3 down on the side of Green. And the barrier is open, and this is looking to be a much bigger push than what Green got to. And so already down to 47 points remaining, which is just shy of twice as many points as what Green was able to accomplish in their first push. Green does have a pity bow. They have 23 available clams, 27 now. The Stingray is out, the Global Ink Armor. They're going to try and get a nice little flank around to the left of the basket. And I don't think it's a champion, but you can see the power clam going in. You can see they're already down to 20 points remaining. So one more power clam will seal the deal. I don't think they'll be able to get one built up in time. Push is extended a little bit both. Oh, it looks like he managed to keep a few more clams in there. He's going to try again to go over the gap, but it looks like they've caught on to her being over there. He does not manage to get over, and looks like she's going to try and pick off Mini. He'll probably try and back off. Ice has power clam on their side now. Oh, he's just taking some hot shots from mid. He can pick somebody. He's not they're aware of the fact that Zero is sharking in mid right there. He pokes that out, talks to Suction Bomb. Ice is now up on the snipe. Over to the right, you can see that the H3 is trying to push Ice coming. Oh, that's a beautiful shot by, I think that was Inkling. Ice is using his custom Mama to try and take out somebody who does get the pick, has Power Slam away just so he doesn't get picked off by the Ray.
Yes, and 2 players going down there, so welcome back. Hey, Shads, nice job holding down the fort there while we had a little bit of a technical issue there. And it looks like, it looks like Dream's coming out really strong here in this first 3 or 4 minutes. So obviously got a really nice push there and have a big cushion as we head into about 1:10 remaining in this set.
Absolutely. I mean, if anybody is going to be taking games off of Melee Nation or even beating them, it's going to be Dream. They are quite literally a Dream team. It's kind of a little weird for them since I believe Chara used to play with them. And of course, Chara is playing for Melee Nation tonight. So we'll see whether or not they can make anything of it. You can see that Dream is starting another push. Ice is going to bomb rush. And that's going to take out their jumps. Not sure to get clamming though. 3 down on the side of Dream. Only one left is Q, who has that power clam. Ice is back over by their cut to try and pick some people off, which is this is a powerful position for chargers to hold, because you can access so much of that area underneath the basket. It's just one trying to pick that inkjet.
And here we go. They're getting. There's actually a window for them to get the lead here. They just got to throw in one more clam, but they don't have it at the ready, and they are going to get wiped. I don't know if they have a mercy clam or not. That's the only thing that's going to save this game for them, and they do. So that we will go on to overtime. It looks like so. All they have to do is pop the basket. And it looks like they got to throw in 3 clams. But the charger going down. That is huge for Dream to get that pick there, and as well as the junior. So this is going to be extremely difficult for Melee to get through here. The clam's going to die in mid, and that will be game. So Dream handing Melee their first loss of the tournament here in Winners Finals, as they get one really good push early on and doing just enough to hold on to get the W in the end of this first game.
So with Clam Blitz, excuse me. With Clam Blitz, of course, if you have a pity, you go into overtime. It's about 20 seconds. It counts down. That 20 seconds starts counting down, though, from the moment the official 5 minutes runs out, not from the moment that the opponent's basket, that your basket closes. So their basket was already open, and that cut into some of that time that they had to try and push back into mid. So instead of maybe the whole 20 seconds and people in mid to work on a push, they had most people back by their base. Which definitely could have changed a lot of things, because in Clam Blitz you only need a couple quick seconds to sneak in, pop the basket.
And we're now going to head over to the second game of this best of 5, which is going to be Rainmaker at Anchovy Games. I don't really know what we're waiting on here, but we do have the room up, and we're just waiting on players to select the A button so they can start readying up weapons. But in the meantime, this is for Team Melee there. Obviously, this is the first team they've come across in this tournament that they can actually hang with them. This is the first team where they're picking on someone their own size, and Dream obviously taking it to them there. The question is, can they keep up this? Can they get another huge push in a map and mode like Rainmaker here at Anchovy Games, and will they do enough to where they can hold on to it at the end?
They could. Rainmaker is such a fast-moving game, and from what we saw at the last game, Dream has no issues moving fast. If they get a couple key picks, they can get that Rainmaker deep into the enemy base, maybe even within the 10 points barrier. So we'll probably see Stingrays from both teams. I like to hold out hope that maybe Q will do something a bit funky. Maybe Q will pick out a Swiffer. But we'll probably see the C-Jet again, or a Charger. Ice wouldn't surprise me, the same thing, C-Jet or Charger. Not quite sure about the others though. Zero, maybe a C-Tech, maybe a Splash. It would be interesting to see if we'll see the Rapid again.
What's the delay here? Are we? Oh, They're saying in chat, don't start. I'm looking at the Battlefy chat. I was wondering, we've been stuck on this one stream. I didn't realize if my stream was frozen or what that I was looking at. But no, it looks like somebody's just called for a timeout. Maybe there's a bathroom break or something going on here. In the meantime, let's take a quick look at some of the other scores going on across the tournament here as I'm trying to load up the Battlefy brackets.
Still having internet
like we said, this is the biggest. No, it's not that. It's just trying to keep up with what's going on here. Obviously, like we said, this is the biggest SOS tournament by far. A huge surprise to me, considering we're one day away from a holiday here in North America. But I guess maybe that means a good chunk of you are not participating in the usual Thanksgiving festivities that my wife and I will not be doing this year as well. So maybe there's more time to do Splatoon. We talked about Temptation earlier. They're still alive and well, about to take on Sous Chef. Sonder just eliminated Wet Fish 2-0. So Sonder, a usual strong team in this tournament, they're still alive. Arctic Moon still doing well. They're waiting on the winner of Temptation and Sous Chef with priority, waiting for them at the end of whoever Arctic Moon plays. But we are finally ready. I don't know what that break was for, but players are starting to ready up, and we are going into Game 2 at Rainmaker Anchovy Games. And yeah, once again, it just comes down to a question of how good these pushes are going to keep being from Dream. You know, it seemed like they played really well for 30 seconds to start off that game, and then just did all the right moves necessary to hold on at the end. And, you know, Rainmaker, very similar. It really comes down to who's the better team for like a set 15 to 20 second period of time that can ultimately result in the win either way.
Absolutely. We're just waiting on one player to ready up. Do you think we will see anybody try to go for a little flank on the far left or far rightmost path for the Rainmaker? The one where you climb up on that box and hit the fan a few times.
I don't know if that kind of flank would work out against teams as skilled as this. Obviously, all you got to do is pull up the map and you can see that it's coming. But, you know, I guess anything's on the table as far as these teams are concerned. All of these players are very experienced playing against each other, regardless of what uniform they're currently wearing, whether it's Melee or Supernova or FT Win or whatever. So, as we do see, there we go. I think this is the first time we've seen Biscuit and Bagel coming out together. So here's the famous double Nautilus comp coming out for Melee. And that's a Rapid Blaster Pro Deco coming out for the side. Wow, that's a weapon you don't see every day.
A Sorella Pentabrella. That one probably is Terra. You're on the K-Shot, Q on the Charger. You see Ice on the Stingray, so poor Ice. He's been dispelling by power twice. And looks like one of the knocks going down. I can't tell if that's Biscuit or Bagel. Terra pushing up, next Curling Bomb Rush is going to cause some chaos mixed with the Stingray. It forces the Inkjet out of one of the Nautiluses. Looks like that's Biscuit. So Bagel is up on the top left, trying to get a couple picks. And the Rapid Blaster gets taken out. So Green is 3 down. Q jumps out. It's an effective wipe. And Melee Nation is going to rush into mid, try and get some control. Popping armor already. You can see Zero painting up for missiles. He might try and cut off the Rainmaker as it comes over to Sam.
And 2 players going down. That's going to be enough to get lead. Oh, actually, this is a huge push right there from Team Melee. And this might be a KO right here. If they play their cards just right, and it is. What a push that just exploded out of nowhere. So there you go. the beauty and curse that is Rainmaker. All it takes is a bad 10 seconds and the game is over. So there you go. Melee response with a very nice and a very dominant 10 seconds to win this game and tie up this winner's finals at 1 apiece.
Absolutely. Dream's comp was really funky, but to be honest, I don't think it was a comp that wouldn't have worked. It's not like some comp that a lower level team would slap together out of the favorite weapons they pick. I think there was a deliberate thought process behind it, and it would have been interesting to see how it works out. But we're moving on from Rainmaker to Splatstone's new album for Hotel. I mentioned earlier, I love E-Leader. I love playing E-Leader in zones. I would love to see Q or Ice take the E-Leader out on here.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen, but we've seen Ice bust out Junior earlier, so I guess anything's on the table here. You know, it's interesting. We've seen whenever Bagel and Biscuit play together, it's obvious that we're going to see this double Nautilus comp. But we've heard people say in the past of like, oh, is this the new meta? Are we going to see double Nautilus come out from everybody? The answer is no. Not everybody is Bagel and Biscuit. And that is the reason why it works out so well, is that these are two of the best, if not the best, Nautilus players that we have in Splatoon, as you see more Nautilus coming right back out. And they're doubling down on that Rapid Blaster Pro vanilla attempt this time around with a lot of quick respawn. So we're going to see Frowny Face, or I guess that's a mustache face. I'm not quite sure what emote that is. We're going to see a very aggressive front-lining tent coming out there as the zone initially goes into the favor of Dream here. And there you go. You said you want to see some E-Leader action. There it is, as Q already has 2 KA to work with and range ready to go as well.
We have an E-Leader on the map. I can die a happy lady. But if I die, I won't be able to see the amazing match. And as you said, Q already has 2 picks. She's running respawn Punisher, so anybody who dies by her hands is going to be in for a little bit of an extra bit of hurt. Star's trying to get situated. Might go and help Biscuit. Zero is flipping that not forcing out the Inkjet. He does go down to Ice's Stingray. Now Tara's rushing zone. He's getting assaulted by both O'Hara and the Rapid. These bubbles are out to help keep them off that zone. O'Hara's flipping up. Forces out another Inkjet. Taken down instantly. Star launches some armor, so all of Melee Nation is going to try and come out of that left side. Oh, but Biscuit gets taken out by Q.
Yeah, they don't have enough to paint the zone with. Even though they get the splat right there, it's not enough for to overcome. So there you go, E-Leader paying dividends for Dream as they respond from getting KO'd very quickly in Rainmaker to coming out and getting the win here, putting Team Melee 1 loss away from heading over into the losers bracket. And looking right there at the very top of the KA list is that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. That weapon might be a surprise pick, but it worked out extremely well for them right there.
Absolutely. The chip damage that the Rapid provides, combined with the range from the E-Leader, definitely helps them out there. And the thing about E-Leader that I don't think a lot of people know is that it paints a lot. So MPU's secondary benefit for an E-Leader is it increases how much it paints slightly. You can actually create builds that give you a storm in 4 shots. It would not surprise me at all if Q painted twice as much as most people on her team. But moving on from Slat Zones, you're on to Tower Control at the Reef. So, no more E-Leader, we'll see Stingrays. Probably Chargers? I don't know if we'll see a C-Jet necessarily. The question is, do you think we'll see the double Nautilus comp again?
Well, Bagel and Biscuit are still in the lineup, so I see no reason to expect anything other than double Nautilus. It works out well for them in the past. In that past mode, it might not work out for them just because the E-Leader and I believe the Rapid Blaster Pro might have outranged them. That might have played into a bit of the reason as to why they were able to deal with Double Nautilus there. But on a map like this, in a mode like this, I would be surprised if we saw something other than the Double Nautilus once again. But Dream showing, at least in that last game, that they're more than capable of handling that aggressive comp. As we are now getting started, once again, Dream just one win away from what will be an unfortunately very lengthy break as they wait for Grand Finals to get started here. Double Nautilus, actually the same basic exact comp, and we see Q coming out here with that is the new Squiffer, I believe. That is the one with Baller and Chicken. And look at all the main power up on there. There's going to be the range on that Squiffer is going to be very equivalent to that of a normal splatter shot or splatter scope.
On the other side, Ice is still sticking with that C-Jet to have the Double Nautilus comp. I thought perhaps they might have swapped one off to a Mini from Missiles. And that is a wipe from Dream. Obviously, Melee Nation does not want to go down to losers. They want to force a Game 5. Vego takes this guy, combines with Ice Stingray to try and really force Dream back into a corner. And they're already at first checkpoint. Charge gets on the tower. He doesn't need to be babysat or anything. The others can just go and wreak havoc on the base while Chara just paints on the tower and pumps out armors for him. He uses her baller to try and clear out the car area. It doesn't work. The Melee Nation is already down to almost the third checkpoint. Just one tick away from it. So that is a very decisive first push. Oh, it doesn't look like it's over yet.
We've seen some. Obviously, this is a very unique comp. It's one that's exciting to see. It's a nice breath of fresh air, but so far it hasn't really worked out for them. The Nautiluses are able to kind of do what they want up to this point. Taking out the Junior is huge, though, because that Junior has been doing a lot of work early on in this first minute and 30 seconds. But here we go, Dream with their first opportunity to get a push going. They're going to need to find a way, if Q can take down one of these Nautilus players and take some pressure away from the tower, as you see the Inkjet popping off. It looks at Q's way for a quick second, then goes back to the tower to knock them off before heading back over to Q. So Q trying to create a little bit of a distraction there for the tower, and it slightly worked, but ultimately it's not enough to get this tower to the second checkpoint as Q knocks down one of those Nautilus players. You just got to get the sense here of thinking, if Dream is going to get this win here as they approach that second checkpoint, this Squiffer's just going to have to keep those Nautiluses at bay. And at least initially, that seems to be what Q is attempting to do.
Absolutely. So one of the Nautiluses is trying to flank. 2 down on the side of Melee Nation, which is not a bad opportunity at all. Make that 3. They've lost their armor. The only one up is C-Jet, who's about 2/3 of the way to their Stingray. Now make it 3/4, almost there. So we'll see that in the next second or two. Second checkpoint has been touched. Stingray's out to try and stop them. Somebody's going to have to hop on the tower to keep it there. Oh, the Rapid is down. He ends up just trying to climb back on to keep it held there for a little bit. He can't really do much by himself.
Yeah, you saw the tower was very close to clearing that second checkpoint, and you saw a player was in position to hop onto the tower, but I feel like Melee just had too much pressure on the tower. If they were just to set foot on it, they would have gotten easily picked off there. So you look at the top of the screen, obviously we still got a minute 20 left to go here. We're just not seeing a lot of KAs, but right now both Nautilus players are down, so this will open up an opportunity for Dream possibly to get a push in here. They got a lot of specials to work with too. Double Baller along with Armor, but Swiffer getting taken down by Nautilus. Biscuit taking down Q, and we see both Nautiluses now in this alleyway, so we're going to see a very aggressive push coming from the left side of the tower, and it is enough to stall the zone, or stall the push, at least for now. The Rapid Blaster getting a very nice pick there. So, we're getting some decent picks now from both sides. And we need to see more plays like this from the Rapid Blaster, which is getting a pick without losing one of your players. We've just been seeing too many trades go on now, but they cleared the second checkpoint and they're threatening to take lead. The ball is jumping on the tower, and that's enough to give them lead with 30 seconds left to go.
Of course, though, there are no checkpoints in the way of Melee Nation.
Q got a huge double spot on the screen there.
That was a beautiful pick. Melee Nation is absolutely wiped. There's 11 seconds left. Ice is about halfway to his Stingray. He could get in time. I don't think he will.
It's not going to matter either way because they need to get on the tower, and they just barely do find a way to get on the tower, but a baller explosion is going to knock them off. And Dream, what a dream for them, knocking off the number 1 seed 3-1 in Winners Finals here. They are your Winners Finals winners, and they will be heading off to Grand Finals, sending Team Melee into the losers bracket. But don't be surprised if we see a rematch between these two teams in Grand Finals. This isn't the first time that this number 1 seed team that's usually made up of these bagel and biscuits and players like that who come back into Grand Finals and find a way to force a bracket reset and get a win. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see yet another matchup there between those two teams and what could potentially be an epic Grand Finals.
Absolutely.
And I believe there's some stuff we need to plug as I pull up the document of things that I need to read out loud. But before we get into that, here we go. Hey, if you, we do have some staff applications that we are currently have out. If you are interested, we're specifically looking for production team members. We are also opening applications for future tournaments in other regions, such as the EU and Oceania. If you are interested in staffing in those regions, please fill out the form. If you're interested in more than one region, you may fill out multiple forms. I will copy this link and put it, or actually, if you have the stream chat open, I will copy it so that you can post it right there. Other things to note, the first High Ink will be streamed on Saturday, December the 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. High Ink is made up of past winners of Low Ink, such as Destiny Troops, competing to prove they are the best winner of Low Ink. We will be streaming High Ink here on twitchtv.ipl Splatoon at 1 p.m. on the 12th. And finally, there will be no testing grounds this week due to the holiday, but it will be back next Friday, returning December the 4th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Registration is open and ends at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. Shads, do you have anything else to say before you and I sign off?
Well, where can all the viewers find you?
To find me, you can find me at Twitter at Mr_PopGun. You can find me on a ton of other social media places as well, but why don't you just start with my Twitter and then work out the other stuff from there if you're interested or not. Shads, where can we find you to keep up with what you're up to?
Oh, my Twitter is at ShadowDragon42. It's on the screen. I don't really respond to DMs on there, though, so if you want to get a hold of me, I'm in the IPL Discord, chilling with all the cool people. You can come and join us. Just type !Discord in our chat to get the link. And then, obviously, I'm in Twitch, and you see me working in chat for most of the evening, which is where I will be going to next. Looks like that's all for now.
Anyway.
Stick around. You don't want to miss the losers run in Grand Finals of SOS 9.
Hello everyone, welcome back to SOS. We have Requiem vs King Klong here. Starting off with Rainmaker Snapper Canal. I am Kraken Mare.
And joined as always, once again, by Astro.
We're getting ready to get started here. Both teams are getting ready. We have both of them in the lobby, picking their weapons. What do you expect to see out of this map, Astro?
I mean, do what you do. Requiem's kind of been around the block for a long time. The roster's kind of changed a little bit over time. For the most part, though, their roster still has a lot of the same cornerstones that it always has. You've got Max, of course, captaining and holding down the ship, like always. Grapey has played with them for a very long time. Shadowwind as well. Cherry's kind of a newer addition, so to speak, for that roster. I say new with an asterisk. She's been playing with them for a little while now, of course, but kind of the newest addition that's playing with them tonight. But she's a very experienced player and has been playing for a very long time as well. King Klong, however, is it's a pickup with some of the more exciting players that you'll see. They have a really frontline aggro central comp, and it really should play in their favor with Omega and Ninko really doing some work. The real question will be whether this comp is going to allow those frontliners to have proper support to actually make things happen. It might be that they just get that absolutely enormous kind of snowball push that just really caves through, and it's just so massive that the pressure is too large for Requiem to really fight back from. But Requiem looks pretty prepared. Shadow on the tent. You see tents actually coming out from both sides, so surprisingly enough, these are actually really similar comps. Nico going down, that is 2 down on the side against Requiem. That is a full wipe. Requiem's gonna possibly get a KO right here already. All the way up, they are going to go. Oh, they're still alive, and they're stopped at 1.
Man, just denied, just outside of that KO. I mean, you can't get any closer, and it's so frustrating for both teams, honestly. You know, frustrating for Requiem not to get the KO, and of course, the defenders here, so early in the match, less than a minute in, being down to just 1 point. You have to KO now on a map that isn't exactly the most open for KOing. So it is quite difficult to KO on this map. It just comes down to just such a choke point. Neither team even have a shot at that.
Say it's a very difficult map to KO on, but even on the hardest maps to KO on, as you can see, when you're skilled and when you're moving quickly in the game, if you get a full wipe, there is a very strong chance that you're about to KO it. And if they do stop you, it's going to be after a severe amount of damage. As we see Kian right here just kind of biding his time. Their Splatling is down, so they're going to have to play a little bit slow right here. The special's coming out from the side of Requiem. Once again, that is the rush going down. This is effectively 2 down as the other is respawning. The hammer does come out, though. Oh! And he falls right off the map.
it was a good attempt there to get a couple down, but unfortunately, in the end, you're not going to go down, or you're not going to take everyone down. A lot of people are ready for those hammers, ready to dodge, ready to sidestep, knowing how to outplay them at this point. For a while there, Hammer just took everyone down, and after, months of experience fighting it, a lot of people have learned to fight it and avoid it as best they can. And as I say that, Cherry goes down to King with the hammer, so you know what, I'll eat my own words.
I'll absolutely eat my own words every day. It's kind of reminiscent of the double, triple inkjet meta of 2018, late 2018 in the fall then, where you were just seeing teams just pounding out these ridiculously overpowered inkjets.
Oh, good old inkjet days. But we're past that, inkjet's still a pretty good factor, but not the way it used to be.
Oh, it's definitely strong, but it's a special that actually people now have years playing against. But you have to understand, these players all have years of experience playing against literally just about everything in this game, Hammer included. Stingray, however, is starting to come back into the mix a little bit more as well. The beacon going down there is actually very important. So is the tank. That is 2 down to Requiem. Once again, have the odds in their favor. The Rainmaker resetting, so they might just put together another push. If Klong can't really put themselves together and get back in this. Their 10 already going down once again. Shadow is just going to bide his time and give his team as much space as he can straight up the middle.
Exactly what you want to do as a 10 here. Just be slow, be supportive to your team, be that big just shot eater. And right now, Shadow is doing that completely, locking down the street. If the other team has your street, you really cannot do anything. You are super open to getting pushed on, and you just can't move right up the middle of the map. If you're split onto 2 different sides that are just easy pickings to get swarmed from central. That's part of that.
Yeah, this is kind of essentially a map that it's very easy to call a 2-sided map because it's so blatantly a 2-sided map. You can go right down the middle, but you have these wings on either side, and you've got to be able to work pressure from both sides of the map. This is one of the best maps, actually, if you are practicing as a team, to start practicing the basics of working pressures on 2 or more sides of a map and really working as a team to do it. As we see Send here on the Octobrush trying to make things happen, but he's got space not in his favor on this right side of the map, and once again the inkjet will come out, but against an armor, and it might be a little too late, and it is. He goes for a little bit of a swim there.
That was a little bit of a funny shot there. The big key there, right at the end of that game, with about 25 seconds remaining, Requiem ended up getting a wipe on King Klong here, and just at that point they were locked out. There wasn't really much they could do. The map control was completely in Requiem's favor, and there just wasn't much you can do. Once you're locked out in map in such a short span of time, you really can't come back from that.
Yeah, honestly, that being said, Splat Zones is our next mode on a much, much larger map, Skipper Pavilion. I really would not be surprised to see them bring back the tent and just start trying to pummel pressure straight down the middle of the map, down to that slope towards zone, because the map being as large as it is, it doesn't necessarily make camping out zone, the stationary objective, quite as effective as it normally would be. That you still have to really work to give yourself some space, because the map being as large as it is might cause you to be a little bit more spread out. So you have to be a little more prepared for that. That being said, if they're able to just kind of like pummel right down the middle with that tent, that's a viable strategy to break through one of the sides of the map. And not only that, it's also kind of the side of the map that's a little bit more conducive to being broken through. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the teams run a Charger here. Charger, one team is going to have a right peaking advantage over the other on this map. That's because Inklings are right-handed, so all the Inklings hold their weapon on the right side. So one team is going to have a little bit of an advantage, but it's not so much that it's not able to be played around, and it's still viable at the highest level of the game, regardless of advantage. So, well, I don't know. It's an interesting map. We'll have to see what goes on as we're getting ready to get started here.
I would love to see a curling bomb rush tent right here. I would love to see that. This is the map to do it. You know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think this is
right down.
Sorella tent here would be just great to see with 2 tent players in this. I think both ended up going. Oh no, we do! We see one Keen with the Sorella. We are going to see some curling bomb rushes to take that map. This is going to be a great thing to see on this map. Lux here taking control of the center and trying to break up Requiem into 2 parts. And it looks like it's going to be unsuccessful. We see Max and Shadow coming down, taking down Lux, and pushing into the zone. Keen also going down. Map control right now in Requiem's favor, having complete control of this middle part of the map.
Honestly, Requiem did just a way better job at the opening right there. They played patiently. This map is large enough that they waited to see just how their opponents moved first, and they had enough space to actually play a little bit more reactively, and I think it made a little bit of a difference there. That's not always, or even usually, the best option, but in that case, it won them the fight, the engagement, and it gave them mid. Not for long, however, as you can see, Klong coming right back in it. Nico putting in some work, but having to deal with that Temperella in his face. They're all marked right there, so the Heavy's going to try to drop some fall off, but as the Heavy backs up, it's actually going to allow a nice opening for them to get a 3-down situation, and just like that, Requiem is right back in control.
Very well played there by Requiem. You know, King Klong had managed to claw back in here, you know, take control of mid, but Requiem played patiently, got themselves together, and just took back the zone, and now fighting hard here. We see the curling bomb rush. Unfortunately, this time not successful. Managing though to push the enemy team back and allowing King Klong to take the zone here for a short amount of time. And it looks like with the hammer, Shadow taking another one, taking 2 down and gonna take the zone. What a great play by Shadow there defensively, showing how powerful the tent can be if it is in the position that it has to kill.
Yeah, you know, at the very highest level of the game, tent kind of can be a hit-or-miss weapon. It's an amazing weapon in theory, but when you start throwing in things like latency, then you start to deal with issues. The tent is what it is. It's an amazing weapon in theory, and that's why you see a lot of these players still stick it out and still play with it. Brellas as well in general. But there are just so many ways to play around them, even on this map, and as you can see, more often than not, tents usually are going to be losing those engagements in a 1v3 situation. Their shield just does not have the strength to give them the space that they need. Fortunately for Shadow, however, he made the right play at the right time, and he's doing incredibly well regardless.
I mean, honestly, the tent just showed how powerful it is. It is a very skill-based weapon there. Ooh, the double with the roller. Very much making this very hard for Requiem to come back, but then Shadow comes in with the hammer and up. Lux also going down with the trade. We see Cherry versus Nico in the zone. Who's going to fight it out? Keen there to support Nico, along with an Inkjet from the Nautilus going to go down. And Nico cornered, going down to Max, Shadow, and well, just everyone on Requiem just there to clean up him at that point. When you have control of mid, it's just, you have so many options. The enemy team just don't have many options to drop in. You have the drop down, and you have the bottom. So 2 choke points, and you just kind of watch them, wait for them to come down. And you have to basically make some miracle plays. You just see the flings, it just waits for a Cherry to drop down there. And down is Cherry.
Especially on a map as large as this, you have enough space and really play a little bit of a waiting game and be a little more reactive. However, as you can see, Klong are going 2 down. Requiem only 1 down. This is going to put them in favor. Sen having to jump right back out. That's going to give mid right back to Requiem. They still have 20-something seconds left on the map. The curling bomb coming out, but he's going to have to deal with specials, and it's 4-0 as Shadow with the 10 is going to come in and get that hammer kill on him. And just like that, Requiem are really eating away at this lead. They have 10 seconds left to do so. Make that last. They might come away with the win. Keen coming in, trying to do everything they can, but the lead is going to go to Requiem. But this match is not over yet. And no!
But what a close game. Keen with the curling rush almost had it. You can see that zone is so orange.
Oh, so
but in
orange.
the end, not enough to take it. So, such a well-placed bomb rush, but not enough in combination with their team to paint over that entire zone.
Man, these teams are not the same. These are not the same players and save teams that I used to play against. They're on another level at this point.
So Requiem is going to move on in this set. Very well played, though. Both of those games were very close. King Klong, with a couple different plays, could have taken both of them. But in the end, Requiem is the team that is going to move on to our round 9 losers, facing Priority or Arctic Moon for to face Melee Nation in losers finals.
Yeah, honestly, I was really kind of surprised by that comeback by Requiem, but it really just goes to show you that if you just make the right plays, you're never out of it until the game's over. It is never over until it's over. And the best teams and the best players always know this, and they never panic. And Requiem they did what they needed to do, and they barely managed to scrape away with the win. They just made the right push at the right time, and it showed.
Well done by Requiem, though. Just outrageous plays there by Shadow, and just those hammers were just devastating. I just talked about, people are learning how to play against Hammer, and then Shadow, nah fam, they haven't learned yet. Oh, that's a double. Oh.
I mean, you can learn how to play against something in the game as well as you possibly can, but it still doesn't detract too much from the fact that if somebody really knows what they're doing with it and knows how to play it in the right situations, at the right time, on the right part of the map, from the right angle, and they just do the right things with it. During all of that, if somebody just knows what they're doing, they'll make the plays regardless. It is a special in the game after all. Sometimes you can't really play too well against it, just without a special. There is such thing as special advantage after all. That
We're
being
going to
said,
take a short break while our last set here finishes in round 8 losers. And we will be back here quite shortly here with losers round 9. I am Kraken Mare.
and I'm Astro once again.
And we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to SOS number 9. We are back with more Requiem, this time taking on Priority on Tower Control Starfish main stage. This map is quite a long tower map with some key checkpoints and some great choke points. These checkpoints are absolutely fantastic on this one, and it makes it such a great match to watch. What do you think about this map, Astro?
I mean, it kind of... The checkpoints are... It's kind of a bit of an understatement. It's more like choke points. I mean, you get to these points on the map where both teams are just, like, chucking everything that they've got at one tiny little spot on the map where the objective has to stay for prolonged periods of time. And on this map, you have the defending team with basically high ground completely surrounding that second checkpoint the entire time. So this map is definitely going to be a little bit of an interesting one. We'll see which team can really kind of break through as we see one go down early, actually, but the tower is still being pushed all the way to 81.
I think there's some sort of issue. You see both teams kind of dancing around right now. So,
is that a disconnect? No?
We need an additional spectator here, so that we are short a person. We have a wrong player, I believe. Something like that. But either way, we're gonna have a quick KO. We'll be back with this map here soon. But you can it's just showcasing here the checkpoints that we have.
This one right here.
This one is such a crucial
That's the one I'm talking about.
If you can get past that one,
you won.
You win the match. You know, it's very difficult to come back from, because once it starts getting down into this area, it's very difficult for the defending team to stop it. They don't have the high ground so much anymore. I mean, they still have the high ground, but not in the same way they had before, where from every direction. As everyone having some fun.
I mean, they're clearly not playing out because you have. Well, actually, I don't know. What's going on?
We're all having fun here at SOS. But our admin has already called this game, so. You see both teams just firing shots here, jumping out. Requiem just trying to KO this thing. Everyone wants to KO it. No one wants to give up the game. Great pushing in with the inkjet, firing upon Priority. I'm pushing up into the spawn. Shadow's doing the smart thing here, staying on tower with the junior. We see them finally off 10th here, so maybe, just maybe, we won't see a 10th in this next match, which isn't too surprising. Tower control, especially on one of these taller towers, 10th is just not the best option. When you pop up the shield, it's fine, but as soon as you have to hold it for a little bit of time, you know, you're gonna fire the shield forward, and then you're useless, or you have to drop it down and just get shot up by the enemy team. So we see.
I think they're playing it out here.
Priority.
I took a look at Battlefight chat. And Grace said before the match, for them to just KO it. And then she was like, immediately afterwards, wait, no, don't. So, I think they're counting this match. I can't imagine they would. It wouldn't be fair to one team. I don't know what's going on. I mean,
both of them know they just don't want to give up, because at the end of the day, they are in losers. So if you give up any little inch, and they are wrong, you end up losing the game, and you're down in sets that could make or break you in the rest of this tournament. Neither team going to give up an inch if there's a little bit of uncertainty.
Requiem getting 3 down right there. I guess let's just start calling this and see what comes of it. So now they've got to start working on taking back mid. As you see, they begin to do so. So neutral is going to take place on this side of the map. Oh, but the pro's going to fall off the map, trying to make a little bit of a flank, so that's a 3 down situation with 40 to go. Requiem now have, it's entirely in their hands whether they can make something out of it, but Objective has a very long way to go. That's still a 3 down situation in their favor, however. So they're probably about to spam their specials. The Inkjet's about to come out right now, as it almost does. No, it doesn't. He does go down. He gets a trade instead. That is a 2v1 situation. Make that nearly a full wipe. But they're jumping in, just doing everything in their power to try to get to the tower. Grape is going to be able to do so, however, with 3 seconds left. We are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be it.
Well, either way, at the end of the day,
on the tower.
We have word from our TOs that this match will not count, so we will re-see this map mode in an actual game. Both teams were worried that it would be counted, I believe, because it was a last second, like, oh crap, we have a second streamer in here, so both of these teams will get a chance to regroup, go over it, fight it out here on Tower Control Starfish main stage. Yes, good warm-up match, guys. Everyone's warmed up. Let's do this.
Yeah, warm-up match. I mean, they've got plenty of warm-up today, though. They've got, the tournament started 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. They got a little bit of warm-up. I think at this point it's a little bit of a stamina, an endurance test, if you will. They've got to last out this long tournament. You know, that's actually something that's not really talked about very often, is the endurance test of really making super long tournament runs.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle. You know, I've been there. You've been there. We get those long. When you get drawn out, it's
when you've been
all
playing
about
the
fighting.
same tournament. Yeah, when you've been playing the same tournament for 5 hours, I mean, you are exhausted, and at that point, you just have to do everything in your power to keep playing at 100%. It's not just a battle of skill. It's not just a battle of smarts. It's a battle of and a test of endurance. And if you can outlast the tournament in every single way, then you'll eventually end up on top. But man, those tournament wins, they are tough to achieve.
Because you're not just fighting stronger opponents too as you go on. In general, you're going to fight your stronger opponents in the end, you know, unless you're something like the bottom seed facing the top seed at the beginning or something like that. So on top of now having to fight that endurance, fighting your, the fatigue, the mental drain of doing a 6-hour tournament by the end, you now have to go ahead and fight your strongest opponent yet, who they have some of that wearing on them as well. But then they're like, you're gonna have a fight right then and there that have the skill level that may be even better than yours. So you have to out team play them. You know, that's the best way to outplay any team is, of course, team play. That is the key to any victory. Mechanics can only take you so far. Individual mechanics are so far.
Yeah, they can get you up maybe to about, I don't know, I'd say probably Div 2. Just individual mechanics alone, probably about Div 2, but that's as far as they'll take you.
Anyway, so this match will count for both teams here. And we see Requiem here going right down the middle. We have two front lines, and really, honestly, depending on how the way they play Nautilus here, he played as a front line as well. And sometimes you see that from Cherry. Like right now, Cherry is in the front line of this, pushing all the way up to priority And we see multiple jump outs and multiple people going down on the side of Priority. Ray smartly coming out at that checkpoint. These long checkpoints are so difficult to take, even if the entire team's gone.
The armor was just a tiny little bit late, so the armor is actually usually really quite helpful in negating a lot of the damage of something like a Stingray, especially when you're dealing with a checkpoint like that where you're a stationary target. Oh!
What a splat bomb, too. And taking down 3 members, Requiem taking down 3 members of Priority, doing such a great job in this match. Continuing to move the tower, knowing, hey, we're down a few, we're going to step back a little bit, but we're not going to completely stop the pressure there. You saw the tower go backwards for a little bit, but at the end of the day, Requiem didn't push back, and that's something that makes a strong team here. When you're actually down, you know, not letting yourself be out at the same time. And so they kept the tower moving for more points than you thought they would have there for a second. But in the end, going 3 down, they had to back off here, and Priority takes mid control here with an armor, with a Booyah Bomb as well. 2 down on the side of Requiem, 3 down. That's a complete wipe of Requiem. Priority going to push probably past this first checkpoint here, pending they can take control of Snipe there. And we see Jared pushing, and Jordan up there, already pushing Requiem into their spawn, taking down the first checkpoint. Max and Grape trying to deny them from getting any more points, and then they seem to be successful here, Astro.
But you can really only push forward as fast as objective allows you to do, and this tower moves so slow. You saw they really spread out, just trying to make some forward progress, but in response, they just kind of ran into a brick wall, if you will. As you see all the specials coming out almost at once, one inkjet is still being saved for just a little bit more calamity. Now that actually does come out as well to try to help the tower through this this upcoming checkpoint here, but trades are going to be off the charts. 2v2 situation, the tower is still working through that checkpoint. It's just not able to make any more forward progress beyond 42 though.
You really need the team advantage to push through that checkpoint. You need to be all the way up into their spawn, or you need to have such a massive numbers advantage that one person really just cannot take out the rest of your team. So even if one person goes down in the tower, the next one just takes it over until they get through that checkpoint. And you can see that that's kind of what's going to happen here. Priority out of position, just really one player are able to fire upon the tower there, the sniper. So smart play here by Jordan, taking down 1, taking down 2, going to try to take down a 3rd, and not going to be able to just yet. Good play there by the Requiem member staying alive, and Grape coming in to clean them up.
Phenomenal save right there, so Requiem keeps their push alive, a 3v3 situation, but now the neutral is in mid. This is where the team fight is going to take place, and a huge shot right there to try to open up mid, actually. This way, you see the callouts coming out in response to that. That is because it's time to push hard. Max right here is the only person with some sort of angle, as you can see the line kind of moving backward, the line of pressure forcing them back. Max will go down, and the Stingray coming out. So this actually might be where Priority starts to make a bit of a comeback.
We do see an armor ready for the side of Requiem. So as they start to push up, here comes the armor. They knew as soon as that checkpoint is going to hit, they're going to pop that armor. They have the advantage, gunning down from above from multiple angles and just trying to slow down Priority from taking this checkpoint. They only have to hold it around for 20 seconds. So every person they can take down, these trades are so advantage to them to get. And you see that they went 2 down on the side of Priority. Smartly, Requiem just being smart, taking a very smart defensive line, and they're going to fight this with Inkjet and armor, and there goes the tower. Requiem will take this first game of this round 9 losers game.
Requiem in that match actually just looked a lot more comfortable. They looked a lot more organized. They looked a lot less pressure. You know, it seemed by the way that they were moving and the way that they were playing, it was all just matter of fact. You know, it was just another day at work. They are playing at 100% right now. They are on their game, and everything that they did, they were able to execute just a little bit better and play off of each other a little bit better. Priority is definitely making a lot of progress, but they are doing so a little more inconsistently. Their forward pushes tended to be a little bit more sporadic, if you will, and in a mode like tower control, that just did not play to their favor. Requiem coming away with the W. They are 1 win away from going to, I believe the next set is actually going to be winners finals?
No, our next one will be losers finals. Our next.
Yes, I mean losers finals, where they would have to play against Melee Nation. So if they can do so, they are 1 win away from placing 3rd at least in this tournament. That is huge for them.
Done a very good job in this tournament, and we're going to continue to move on here with Splat Zone's Mako Mart. This is a fan favorite Mako Mart. Across the board in almost every mode is usually voted the top map. And depending on, occasionally it'll swing down to 2nd place in a mode. But overall, this is the most loved map in this game at this time. And we're going to get started here with Splat Zones. Nice central large zone with some with an obstacle in the middle, a pillow in the middle. And you have 2 nice angles you got a low end and a high end on both sides to many different angles to fire upon this zone. I think that's why a lot of people like it. It isn't a super stagnant zone area, like we've seen in some other maps, both in this game and some other ones. So we see Requiem here taking kind of control of the zone early, taking control of the stacks as well, and getting a member down of priority pretty early. And that's what you want to do here. Just assert yourself very early, and that's what Requiem has done pretty well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, Requiem actually, they don't really have a whole lot of range in their favor, but what they're doing in response to this is they're using constant missile pressure and constant spacing with different bombs and whatnot to give themselves just enough space to start moving. They are providing themselves with support. They're just not doing it the conventional way with a backliner. But doing something like that can also be very, very detrimental to your team. Because when you pop things like missiles, it's an area denial special, essentially is what it is. So if you don't push on that and push forward on that and really press the issue, those missiles are essentially a wasted special. All they do is paint and just force the opponent to move over 5 feet.
Requiem there.
Unfortunately for them, it does not look like they've been really able to do so, as now the counter is all the way down past 15.
Yeah, Requiem there got swatted there very late in this match. So they're in a really rough scenario, but luckily they're rushing back. They get 3 down. They're going to take the map. There's only the junior left on the side of priority, unable to hold the zone alone versus 4 members of Requiem. One of the nice things about a wipe sometimes is it gets your team to just reset. You're all coming out of spawn together, and you can kind of start tag teaming together when you have the strength. When one of your strengths of your team is working together, and Requiem has really shown that so far, that they've been working together very well. And when you force them together, they're going to punish you at times. So we saw a couple members of priority moving back to the zone and just getting picked off one by multiple members of Requiem. And we see them just kind of locking priority out right now, making priority use their specials to get multiple down, and not really too much right on the zone. But in the end, it's going to be beneficial for priority, and they're going to get that zone and multiple members of Requiem down.
Yeah, this penalty for both teams actually is absolutely enormous. These pushes, if Requiem is going to come back from this, their push is going to have to be monstrous. And you saw right there, once they went 1 down, that really ate away into the really heavy chip damage that they've been relying on to help give them space. They have a lot of lethal bomb pressure to do that, but once they went one down, they had a lot less pressure, and that allowed the special pressure of priority to just kind of sweep right in. As now they're down, they might start to eat away into their score, and they do, but only by 1 point. And it's a 3-down situation. Requiem is gonna go down this game. Priority are still in it. The winner of the next game goes to losers finals.
And you know, we get to decide it on the best mode, Rainmaker, and on one of the best maps, Black Belly Skate Park.
How can you say that?
This one is a fun one. This, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Very back and forth map, very chaotic map. So this one is a great one to decide this match on. I believe I'm looking at this map list right. And I believe I am. Awesome. We got the confirmation. Rainmaker, Black Belly. We're going to have a crazy finale to this set here. One set away from our losers final. Winner of Rainmaker, Black Belly Skate Park will be going to our losers finals to face Melee. Which one is it?
Melee Nation.
Melee Nation. Thank you for the correction there.
I will say, yeah, it's absolutely going to be an exciting one to watch because you get one wipe on this map, it's an instant KO. You get 3 down, it could possibly be an instant KO. This map is crazy in Rainmaker. It's super fast-paced. And for that reason, it's really, really stressful to play in Rainmaker on this map. It's a lot more fun to watch than it is to play. This map is absolutely bonkers.
It's such a fun one though, and this is one the community likes. Honestly, every SOS map, not everyone's going to love it, but the majority of these maps, actually all of these maps, are in every data we could find. We have done very good here at we've dug around in IPL to try to get different sets of data to make sure our map lists are made to be on the positive side of the community. Not everyone loves like Zone's Mako. That's one. Who doesn't love that one? Me. I'm kidding.
Bethesda West, we've got a map list. It was actually made by one of the members actually of Melee Nation, Chara. It was made by Zero and Chara. If you guys are familiar with those players. And we use their map list because it's a really simple and consistent one that's very well balanced. That isn't just kind of a frontline mayhem show, if you will, which half the maps in this game really can just be. So SOS map list that's why it's pretty small. We've worked to try to make sure that we had a really good map list, and the best way to do that, honestly, was just to trust some top players and their input on what a map list should look like. And as we see 2 down on the side of Requiem right now, so the lead is going to go to priority, but they're going to run into a little bit of bomb pressure. That's going to slow them down just enough. But the Stingray does come out, and that's going to leave a hole, but some more bomb pressure. They have the angles of the pressure, and Requiem, just like that, puts in a nice stop in that corner. And, I mean, it's only to 39. On this map, you can never, ever feel comfortable with any sort of lead in Rainmaker.
Yeah, Rainmaker on this map, with a couple nice plays, you can move quickly. But I have seen this map surprisingly be a stalemate at times, and we don't have that here. Already down to 39 remaining. So, we already seen some action here in the first minute and a half, and we will see both of these teams continue to move forward. And with the coordination, especially it seems like Requiem have, if they get a couple down, they will push on you. Do not, or don't sit unprepared for that.
Yeah, I will say, of certain players in Requiem has been a team for a very long time now. They've been around the block. Max is one of the better captains in the game as far as just straight up captaining goes. His communication is some of the best in the game as well, and they definitely have other strengths to build with that off of. And as you can see, they're trying to get for just a little bit, but no, he's gonna run into a wall of green ink, and just like that, that wipe is going to allow Priority to put on a really fast counter push. They have one special coming out, and so the push is already in Requiem spawn almost before they know it.
Yes, such a quick push there on the side of Priority, knowing, hey, we got 4 down on Requiem. We got to push fast, and that's exactly what you need to do in Rainmaker. Sometimes you see teams take it slow, be slow. When you have a wipe or 3 down on the other side, just press the gas pedal. Just, don't run in necessarily stupidly. If there's a couple alive, get that Rainmaker moving. It's such a fast mode, and that's how you want to play this map, or play this mode, just as fast as possible, moving the objective, pushing forward, taking down anybody that's in your way. And we kind of see both teams doing that successfully so far. Not enough for either to KO. Both of these teams are strong enough to defend as well, avoid the KO, it seems. But at the same time, being able to move that objective very quickly in a moment's notice.
Absolutely. We saw with the overheads a nice team play coming in, but unfortunately for Priority, it didn't play in their favor. Shadow's going to overextend just a little bit with that Rainmaker, however. The missile's coming out, but it's going to be for naught. So Priority have plenty of space right here with only 1 minute left in the match to make something out of this and just kind of start padding their lead by buying as much time as they possibly... Oh, a nice bomb is going to put a stop to that. I digress. Yeah, but like you were saying before, in Rainmaker, if you are a really good team, you see a window of opportunity and you stretch it out, and you don't just turn it into a door, you straight up turn it into a massive, sinkhole the size of New York City or something. You just storm right through it and rip it open. Because if you are able to put pressure on your side, you can make even more out of it, because they're coming out of spawn, Defense is really difficult when your opponent just has pressure in their favor.
A very good play on the side of Requiem, managing to take down the Priority member that was going back with the Rainmaker. They need to make sure to grab the Rainmaker. Shadow going down, and that will be the game in favor of Priority. Priority will go up 2-1 in this set, only needing, or actually taking the set for that matter. This is a best of 3 set. Next one will be our best of 5. Priority will be moving on to face Melee Nation in our losers finals.
It definitely wasn't for a lack of effort. You can definitely tell with the KAs who grabbed the Rainmaker on Requiem's team the most. But both teams they were so evenly matched, but in the end you have to have a winner, and Priority really showing their chops. They are going to be at least coming in 3rd place tonight in this tournament. We'll see how much of a fight they're able to take to Melee Nation in our next round, but until then, we're going to go to a little bit of a short break. But before we do so, I'd like to point out just a couple little points for you guys. Just a reminder that High Ink will be coming on this Saturday, not this Saturday, but Saturday, the December 12th at 1 p.m. EST. High Ink is going to be made up of past winners of Low Ink, competing to prove they are the best winner of Low Ink. So we'll be streaming High Ink here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon at 1 p.m. on the 12th, so definitely come back for that. And we've also got Testing Grounds next Friday on December 4th at 8 p.m. EST as well. Registration is open for that, ends at 7 p.m. EST on that Friday as well. So definitely go and check that out as well. Our Testing Ground staff are absolutely amazing. They do excellent work. So while we go ahead to a very short break, why don't you guys go check that out, and we'll be back with you shortly. Hello
everyone.
Welcome back. To SOS 9. We're joining you here with Losers Finals. We have Melee Nation versus Priority, who we actually just saw in our last set. This is going to be a best of 5. Of course, Melee Nation, however, is a team of very well-established players themselves. Priority has been a team primarily on the upswing over the past, I'd say, long time, 5-6 months at least, if not longer. And they just every single day seem to continue to make a lot of forward progress as far as results go. So we'll have to see just how much of a fight they're able to take to Bowcut Nation, who have already proven themselves on the battlefield many a time. As we see the double knot, double junior, the patented, come out. This is going to be a really interesting one. And it's a real good thing, actually, that we have some overheads for this, because this will be really fun to go and check out and try to learn something from.
Yeah. This is going to be a fun one to watch. We see Biscuit already putting some pressure on the enemy team, pushing up towards their basket, along with the rest of their team. We see Bagel as well with the inkjet taking one down. Biscuit with the double inkjet. They take another one down. Great job there by Bagel with the double inkjet.
Oh, that's not fair. That's
wrong.
That was not a fair encounter. That's an instant 3 down. Mid still completely in control of Bowcut Nation with their double knot, double junior that they tend to play with. They've done so well placing in some really, really tough stuff, tough tournaments with this comp. Actually, I believe what was it? Was it an area cup about a month back or something like that?
Either way, they're just showing how strong it is. Biscuit there, alone, in a 4v1 scenario, takes 2 down and makes another jump out. Single-handedly keeping back Priority in this set. Unable to move out of their basket area. They've been unable to take control of mid, even when they have a 4v1 scenario so far. So they're doing such a great job in denying any sort of momentum of Priority.
Yeah, that being said, don't get me wrong, Melee Nation, they're not a one-trick pony, and don't expect them to stay with this comp the entire time, but in certain map modes, especially this one, like in Clanless, it's really, really cool to see just how they're doing it, because it's a little bit different. Priority are going to have to try to figure out how to play against it if they want to make some sort of a semblance of forward progress in this match. But so far, it's been to avail. It's been 4-0 actually, as Melee Nation have really just held them completely, at the very least, to mid and no further.
Done a great job on this offense. Another inkjet, another armor, and it looks like going to be another push here by Melee Nation. The miss coming in clutch here. That's some of the great plays here by Miss. Just doesn't allow you to move anywhere, allow you to push forward, but going to go 3 down again on the side of Priority. Melee Nation just scrambling for more plans to put in the basket. Going to be rough to get a knockout this time, unless Biscuit pulled another crazy play. But finally going to go down and still taking another one down with him in a 2v1 scenario. About the best you can really ask for out of Biscuit consistently in that one. But Biscuit has also shown that they will take 2 down and still stay alive. But in this case, it's going to take the trade.
Yeah, they're going to take the trade. Priority actually seems to be right now playing against it by just kind of packing and hunting in a pack together. Really, really close. Not moving at all. They have all angles covered, but they also are completely surrounded. But they seem to understand that Melee Nation is working with a lot of spacing. and if they all kind of hunt in that pack together, it might play in their favor, but unfortunately, it's still for naught. That's something that they seem to have tried there, and it just hasn't quite worked in their favor. The push still coming in for Melee Nation, all the way back down to 11 once again, but Melee Nation with 3 down again. This is going to be down to the wire. If Priority can make anything of this match, it is now. They have plenty of clams in their favor with 28. The Inkjets coming out, a beautiful pick right there. That might be 2, not quite, but they still have a push going for the first time with 30 seconds left in the match. Can they make anything of this? That is 2 down on either side. Clan's still coming in. They're trying to bide as much time as they possibly can, but they just can't. Chara is finally getting the important pick to start giving his team a little bit of space to move out, and that push is finally squandered after a little bit of damage, but is that damage too little too late? Priority has a power clam, the missiles coming out, and it looks like Melee Nation are gonna just wait those out, take down 1, and that is a 3v4 situation that Priority is going to have to play through in overtime here. The Inkjets coming out, will it be for naught? And the clam is going to be dropped. This might be the game. They can't get it through. They can't get it through the choke point, and that is it.
What a great attempt there by Priority, but at the end of the day, Melee Nation just has complete control, not allowing Priority to push in, just using those choke points, using those few access points to the basket to their advantage, and just not letting Priority move anywhere beyond those choke points.
They did such a good job. This is going to be an excellent set to try to learn something from as a viewer. It's not too often in North American comp that you really see things that are really different. Only just recently are we starting to see a lot more experimentation. But usually in North American comp, we're a little bit more accustomed to teams really fine-tuning and honing in on what exactly they themselves are good at. So it's really fun to see these teams come out with the fun, quirky comps like this. Whether or not they're the best or not is kind of out of the question. It was definitely a fun game to watch, and it showed Priority just did not adjust to it fast enough to really make to really make much of a difference. Really, it didn't keep them in the game. That being said, Splat Zone Sturgeon is a completely different beast.
It is, but we saw something very key there by Priority by the end that started to make a key difference. What they started to do is hunting in that pack. They really started working together near the end of that match, and you started to see how that worked in their favor. They didn't necessarily, not enough to get them to victory in that one, but instead of being in their spawn, behind the basket for the first couple minutes like they were actually able to compete with Melee Nation and get some score in, especially at the end there, and then put some more pressure right at the very end here. But we do see Priority starting to be separated here, and we see Melee Nation just using their better mechanics here and just absolutely taking down, and better teamwork for that matter at this time, and taking down Priority. And as I say that, Priority takes over.
Yeah, Priority took zone right back out of that. Melee Nation actually had a pretty interesting opener right there. So they were reliant on those missiles, and because everybody's trying to convene around mid, get to mid as fast as they can and take the team fight there, they relied on their range to combine and try to work some area denial with those missiles. And it worked for a split second. It got them zoned for just a split second, but unfortunately that push only lasts for a couple seconds and it's over. And it seems like they didn't really have much of an answer after they'd executed their play. And Priority just kind of swept right into mid and retook the zone. And just like that, however, it looks like Melee Nation are going to take zone right back and get the lead out of it as well. So you can never speak too soon, but this is definitely a really back and forth match. The Ray coming out, it is going to be for naught, but Special isn't going to get any picks, so unfortunately it's going to be a little bit of a wasted Special that might not play too well into Priority's hands, but they are able to stop the counter and force a little more time on the board. Priority are definitely doing a good job of that, but they just haven't really been able to make those huge cohesive pushes happen until now, actually.
There's a great job there, just trying to keep that timer from ticking down. Getting that penalty. That was a nice 10 or so points that they ended up not allowing Melee Nation. This could be down to about 20 remaining without that penalty. So as much as they weren't able to hold it right away, sometimes just taking the penalty and then having to step back a little bit and then pushing up like they did there can be so crucial, and that could be game-changing here. It actually almost was enough for them to get the lead back, but in the end here, Melee Nation going to push up and get the cap, going to let that penalty tick down to about 20 now. We see Specials coming out from the side of Priority, using armor, using bomb rush, going to rush that zone, and continue pushing. We see Jordan pushing quickly on Bay, who gets 1 down, 2 down on the side of Melee Nation. Looks like a third one's going to go down. Great trade, though, in the end. Every kill matters in that situation when you're just going to go down 3 for your team. But we see here, Priority down, no penalty. You see a bomb rush from Ice. They're trying to hold the lead. They are going to make it a tie and take it back. Just the best. So close for Priority taking the lead, but in the end stopped at 50 or at 31 remaining as well. And of course, with the mechanics of Splatoon, whatever team got to the lower score first will hold the lead. So if this holds, man, that would be so heart-crushing for Priority, and it won't hold here. 29 remaining now for Melee Nation.
Yeah, that is a 3-down situation, actually. Make that a full life. Priority have to make something of this now. They have 1 push left. They still have time. Can they make anything of it? The timer is ticking down to 15 and beyond. Down to 10 now. This is time where they have to come in. The Ray comes out. There is 1 pick, 2 picks. Can they get the zone? And they do. They stop it at 1, and they're able to cap it, so they made that push count. They had just enough time left on the clock to put together a push. It really goes to show you, if you really know what you're doing, pushes in this game only have to take maybe 15 to 20 seconds to be cohesive and strong. Sometimes you only need 1 special, sometimes you don't even need 1. But at the end of the day, they made it count, but they weren't able to hold the zone. After they got zone back, it looked like they were still in a little bit of a panic mode, and they just couldn't hold it for long. Melee Nation is going to hold zone now, but it is going to be hogged. Is Priority able to make anything of it? I don't think they will. It looks like that is going to be a 3-down situation on the side of Melee Nation. On the side of Priority, and Melee Nation are going to come back with the win in this game with a 2-0 lead so far in the set.
What a close game there at the end, back and forth, but in the end, Melee Nation just showing their strength, knowing when to back off a little bit, and then putting on the throttle, using their specials, pushing Priority all the way back to their snipe and behind, and absolutely taking it down to 1 point remaining before being stopped. And in zones with less than a minute left and being down to 1 remaining, very difficult to come back from, because usually at that point you only have about 1, maybe 2 chances to come back, and Priority unable to, but gave it a good shot there. But Melee Nation showing their strength, showing their experience, that they have. Most of these players have been around a long time and have played at a very high level for a long time, and played in different worldwide matches, etc.
They went to Grand.
They just have so much experience under their belt.
They went to Grands against the best from Japan. They were running double, not double junior, actually, or at the very least running double Spatling. they're definitely a little bit of an unconventional team. I think it's very likely that a lot of teams in this scene just don't really understand how to play against them. We actually see this pretty often. If Melee Nation or Bowcut Nation are really going to make it stick, then this is going to be a bit of a game changer for the scene as far as who the top dogs in the Western scene really are at the moment. Because if they stick, after people have really figured out how to adjust to them, they're golden.
We see that double knot coming back into play, along with a Ray Jet here, a custom jet in a junior. So the double inkjet on this map. There's some great inkjet spots on this map. So we see why they're going to run the double inkjet on Rainmaker. You can get those quick kills on the Rainmaker as well, which are super, super crucial. So smart play. Actually, both sides here. Nope. I apologize. Just one side with the double inkjet. Bagel and Biscuit going to push up on the right side. Mist coming out crazy from the Splash-O-Matic. Using that Mist so crucially so far in the Clam Blitz game. You definitely came in very handy for priority, keeping Melee Nation back at some crucial times.
Melee Nation here just doing a little bit of pesky bothering, drawing everybody left, and then forcing the Stingray on the right side. They are only going to push all the way to 70. Now that is the side of the map that you typically don't want to push unless you're really focusing on buying time. Don't get me wrong, you can definitely make pushes really cohesive to that side of the map if you are a team and you know what you're doing, but it kind of looks like they really were just expecting, or at least hoping to catch priority sleeping right there, and unfortunately for them, they really did not. But yeah, I like how you commented on the double inkjet on the opener. That's exactly what these Nautiluses are so strong for. Not only do they have a lot of shredding power, but they can have what, like a 180 inkjet? Something like that? I mean, these Nautiluses, they charge up inkjet so fast. It's like you blink and they have another one. You blink and they have two of them. You blink and they have three. And next thing you know, we're back to inkjet meta all over again. Oh my goodness, that's old. It's still a very strong special, like we had talked about earlier on in this tournament. It may not be as strong as it was, but it can still be a very big game changer, especially supported by something like armor. As we see yet another inkjet coming out, this time, however, from priority, it would seem. It is going to be for Not, however, as the Nautilus does pick them up and take them down. That is a 3-down situation. Make that almost a full wipe. Not quite yet, though. But he is going to jump out, so it's an effective wipe as they push all the way to 51. Now, this map, it's so difficult to push beyond that corner right there where you saw the Rainmaker. So we'll have to see if they really can make anything of it. Priority haven't seemed to make any sort of forward progress in this match. All they can do is try to buy a little bit of space, and every time they start to make something happen, Melee Nation is right back in it before they can seem to make anything out of their opportunities.
It's one of the great things that Melee Nation is doing. Even when they're down, they're moving fast. They're moving around, they're getting picks, they're putting pressure down, even if they're down to 1 or 2 people. They're keeping priority from moving. But at the end of the day, it only takes one push, and Rainmaker, that one push can be very quick in a moment's notice without any ready. We see Biscuit here and Shara here pushing down the right side. The inkjet trying to take something down. In the end, the inkjet from Jordan, smart inkjet, able to take one down. The Rainmaker specifically is the one being taken down, and 3 down on the side of Melee Nation. Booyah Bombs coming out. Another inkjet coming out. Look how fast those splashes get. Another, just the junior remaining. He goes down. That's a wipe on the side of Melee Nation. Priority going to take the lead here with just 55 seconds. 53 and it's a KO from Priority, taking it all the way from mid onto the pedestal What a great play by Priority, pushing forward, using those specials, and just denying Melee Nation getting any sort of footwork before, well, Rainmaker's right on the pedestal. Game over.
So Rainmaker's already on the pedestal. You know what? If you were Melee Nation right now, however, you just kind of want to step back and say, hey, you know what? We've got a 2-1 lead. We're 1 game away from going to Grands. Granted, what waits for us in Grands is Dream, and when they are on fire, they're absolutely on fire. This is going to be one heck of a matchup, regardless of which team ends up going to Grands. But if you are Melee Nation, you still have a little bit of breathing room right now. That is, however, not to undermine the fact that at the moment, that match win, that might give Priority just a little bit of forward momentum, give them a little more confidence, and it might really turn the tide in this set. We'll see if they can get a bit of a reverse sweep going, actually.
Yeah, you know, Melee Nation, they're going to put up a darn good fight allowing that one. You don't see that too often on Melee Nation, you know. They do occasionally like to go, we'll kind of take a set loss. I kind of see that a lot of tournaments. And then they just come in like, yep, nope, we ain't losing again, and just sweep everybody. Even the team that beat them the first time just gets absolutely stomped.
Well, there's
Nation, the different players from that team and different teams throughout the years.
Are you referencing what FT Win players are on the team? Because there is one and a former as well.
Yes.
So that does make sense. Those players, absolutely, they're kind of used to that. FT Win is a team that I guess you could say is pretty famous for making adjustments to what they see earlier in a tournament. It makes you wonder if they're just using early, like the first half of the tournament as some simple early practice to maybe try some things out, and then in Grands they are just on such a higher level that they really are just. They're finally only bringing their big guns to Grands. Coconut Nation, however, or Melee Nation in this case, bringing attention to a very important issue with another competitive scene that it is an issue that also affects us with the name. I digress though. Melee Nation is absolutely... They're not sandbagging this. They're putting everything on the line constantly. And Priority, they took that game, but they took it convincingly. They really took their one opportunity and made it shine. That is going to be a 2-down situation for Priority to start capitalizing off of, and it looks like they are going to do so very, very quickly. The paint coming out, but a Booyah coming out on the other side. Is that going to make much of a difference? It is actually going to do so. It's going to force all the members of Melee to be in one tiny little spot. The Inkjet, however, can't come in and get that cleanup pick, and that's going to make all the difference. Ice is still alive. Can he manage to stay alive long enough to get his team back in it? No, he cannot. So this is not looking good for Melee Nation as they finally get to the second checkpoint already. They're buying time. Priority is doing everything they can to just buy more time. The Clash Blaster coming out, making a huge difference right there as well. It's not actually that bad a weapon if you know how to play with it and you have the right situation. As you can see, however, it will go down. So finally, Melee Nation are going to get right back in this. And just like that, mid is already under their control.
Finally, the Melee Nation able to break that aggressive and well-coordinated push by Priority. Priority looking so great in that push, doing so well together, using those specials together, coming in from different angles, able to corner different members of Melee Nation and just take them down. They even mechanically there, and those one-on-ones did very well, showing off their strengths here. At the end of the day, Melee Nation already pushing up past the second checkpoint, and we see them just a few points short of the lead. Both teams not dropping any players. Finally, Ice goes down on the side of Melee Nation. Still though, 2v4 in the pressure on Priority. Finally breaking that pressure. Melee Nation going back and just holding mid right now. Trying not to go all 4 down, but it looks like they will in the end, all staggered right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit staggered. It's easy to definitely look at this and say it's staggered, but the overheads are going to paint a little bit different picture. It looks like Melee Nation now are the ones that are playing a little bit closer together, as now they start to split off 2v2. You see Chara focusing with Biscuit on making sure they hold down that bridge so they never lose control of the middle of that map. They always have height advantage. Ice, however, is going to go down. That's a 2v3 situation. Make that a 2v2 situation, actually, on this side. So this fight, this team fight isn't over. That pick right there is going to make all the difference, however, as finally Priority start to push through. They are maintaining their lead. They are on course right now to possibly make this a 2-2 set. And oh my goodness, they're 1 minute away. They're 1 minute away from doing that.
Yeah, it's just a minute away from this upset to make it to go to Game 5. Melee Nation, though, will fight every inch and not allow that to happen. I've done pretty good right now. They are pushing hard. Just 27 remaining on the tower and going down. We'll see if they can push. 1 down on the side of 2 down. Great inkjet here by Bagel taking down members of Priority.
This is gonna be the lead right here. This is it. They're gonna get right back on tower. They have a massive opening. The only person that can make much of a difference at all is the Clash Blaster, but it's going to be too little, too late. Can they make it happen? They're jumping on tower. They're throwing their bodies up the tower. Can they do it? They get to 23. They're 1 point short. 14 seconds left in the match. This is down to the wire. 10 seconds left. They're back on the tower. The ray ends. They're doing everything in their power to make something out of this. The inkjet comes out. Chara once again on tower. Can they get it? They've got... Yes! They have the lead indeed. And just like that, Melee Nation is going to take this set 3-1 in overtime, and they're headed to Grands.
Holy crap. That's about all you can say in that one. Everything just going crazy at the end. The Clash Blaster thought they had the clutch, and at the end, Melee Nation not giving up, all dying on the tower. But in the end, the last splat happened right as Melee Nation took the lead over Priority there. Priority almost had that game in the bag. It was so close. It was about the closest single game I have seen in so long at the end. Just, wow, what an attempt by both teams to get the W. In the end, though, Melee Nation just taking it. But Priority, I want to see them come back and face Melee Nation again sometime in the future. There is a good chance. I think they take at least another game there. You know, just... That tower control game should have went to Priority, but in the end, Melee Nation doing what they do best, taking the W's and going to grand finals to face off against Dream again.
Taking to Dream, you know, that win right there, that's gonna give them so much momentum, and I'm sure we'll definitely see them make a few adjustments. I'm sure Dream was watching as well, taking notes, getting ready for this set, because grand finals time, everyone. It is past midnight, and we are going to go to a best of 7. But until then, we're going to go to a very short little break, and we'll be right back. Definitely stay with us. It's only going to be probably 30 seconds.
Hello everyone, welcome back to SOS Grand Finals. We are having Dream versus Melee Nation here for Grand Finals. We're gonna start here with Rainmaker Manta Maria. Such a great set. But before that, we want to let you all know that we have staff applications open. We are looking for production team members, and we are also looking for EU and Oceania staff members for some future projects we're working on. If you are interested, there is a link in the chat right now. Thank you all, and back to Rainmaker Manta Maria. What do you think the key is here, Astro, on this map?
Oh my goodness, I'm not even really sure what to expect right now. You see Zero coming in on Dream, of course. He's going to be one heck of a playmaker, of course. But Melee Nation has just been so different. I don't really know how they're going to match up. Of course, Melee Nation lost their engagement earlier on in this tournament, so that definitely has to be noted. But for those of you tuning in, those matches were definitely not one-sided. It was pretty even, straight through. That being said, in this game, there always has to be a winner. And Melee Nation did end up coming up on the losing side of things before. Dream, on the winning end of things, has a little bit of momentum in that respect. I kind of expect them to start carrying that over a little bit. But this map, I mean, it's so hard to get a really far, strong push on this map in Rainmaker. I mean, you just kind of run into a brick wall.
But if you can get past that brick wall, there is a lot of riches right behind that wall. Those riches being tons of points in Rainmaker mode. That street there is just so crucial, such a choke point for all teams there. And if you can overcome it, you can definitely win the game. Usually, that there is a death sentence for the team that is not scoring the point.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. that kind of goes for just about any game or any shooter. It's definitely not a good thing not to be scoring the points in general, I would say. But the Squiffer does go down on the side of Dream. That is going to be a 3v3 situation. That is, a nice rapid pick right there, however. And that's going to open things up just a little bit, keep things in mid just a little bit longer. There's 35 seconds left on the Rainmaker before it explodes. They still have plenty of time to make something happen. Ice trying to be sneaky, and he is going to force that charger to actually have to fall out of position. Zero jumping in, however, might play a little bit of cleanup. He is watching, biding his time. He actually, and he's not going to get that pick. And just like that, Melee Nation are right back in it. They held that push to 61.
This here is going to be the lead back for Melee Nation, getting multiple members down of Dream. We see two down on the side of Dream. Char pushing hard. Sun trying to take the Rainmaker down. In the end, Cheesecake and Sun able to take him down. Another one goes down on the side of Dream. And we see Armor finally coming out, and the rest of Melee Nation getting cleaned up. 13 though remaining on the side of Melee Nation. What a fantastic push to start this game with 3 minutes remaining. What we said about that wall there in this map, they managed to break it already in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Don't get me wrong though, it ain't over until it's over. This match is definitely anything but over. It might be that Dream is, just trying to get a little bit back more into the swing of things. They did have a pretty extensive break while they waited for their success to catch up with them, coming with that win in their first matchup gave them a nice break to wait on the rest of the bracket to catch up. Unfortunately, however, it's not playing too well into their favor, it would seem right now. It looks like they're going to be just a little bit not quite warmed up, I guess is a good way to put it right now. They've got to get right back into it and get their mind back in the game, get themselves a little bit more primed, because this is not the Dream that we were watching earlier in the tournament. That being said, it's still anyone's game. 2 minutes left in the match. Dream has plenty of time, even in this match, to make those adjustments and just get themselves back in it. As you see, Biscuit drops. It's a bad time to drop that pick. Those 2 picks actually are going to make a massive difference. And just like that, Dream has control of mid. Neutral is way, way further than Melee Nation would like it to be at this moment.
Very great job here by Dream. Finally getting themselves together, getting control of mid. Just relax. They do have the advantage here. They can lose this set and win it in bracket reset. They are lucky enough here to have that extra life, able to win in winners finals and move on to grand finals from there. So like you kind of mentioned, that break can have a negative impact. You know, as much as that break can be nice, when you get a long break like you just had, honestly, I would prefer to play it out. Play through losers, play a bunch of sets, stay warmed up, stay going. And we see here, Dream finally getting things going. They have a 2 down on both sides scenario, but in the end managing not to push past 45. That wall there still holding for Melee Nation. 30 seconds approximately remaining on the timer. Everyone has really pushed back right now for Melee Nation.
Oh, this might be a double. And that is 2 down. Is that going to be 3 down? They have the way paved. Can they get it? They got the lead. And just like that, Dream has, with 15 seconds left in this match, the lead to go with it and possibly a KO. No, it's not a KO, but they almost got the KO.
Did you see that flick by Bagel shooting at one person? Rainmaker, oh, right on the Rainmaker, getting the steal. But in the end, not enough. Going to be a KO for Dream. Dream going up 1-0 in this set. In this best of 7 set, only 3 more games till victory.
3 more games until Cat made Mageddon. With our art prizes this week, don't get me wrong, both of these teams at this point have won something.
What a fantastic job, though, by Dream. Finally waking up in that match. It only took them 4 minutes, but hey, that's not 5 minutes, so the game ain't over yet.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. It ain't over till it's over. Yeah, that long break that they took, it really just looked like they needed a little bit of time to just kind of wake up from it and get themselves back in it. And once they did, I mean, bam, they did. It was over. With that really conclusive swing, it was done. It was over before the push even got started.
We'll see if that sucked the air right out of Melee Nation, you know. That is a big slap to the face in a game like that. Just, whew. You know, that's just nature of Rainmaker for you. It can just write that on you. Just all of the air in your sails are gone. We see here Clam Blitz. You go from one of the fastest modes in the game to arguably the slowest mode. You know, you're fast moving, but in terms of score, it tends to be quite slow if not done correctly. So we'll see if either of these teams can do some quick pushes. We have seen Melee Nation have some 0 to 100s, I believe, on stream already, if my memory is correct here, of streams. They have done very well in pushing. So we'll see if that continues on into this Game 2 of our grand finals. Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit.
Yeah, this is definitely a map mode where when you make a push, you have to go a really long way to make a push. I mean, you're swimming basically in a straight line for a super, super far distance from the middle of the map. And for that reason, sometimes it really can just be the difference maker to be the faster team. I think that Dream is going to have the upper hand in that regard. Once Zero finally came in with those picks you saw, those really clutch picks in the last match, it was finally over. I kind of expect to see that once again, but definitely don't count out Melee Nation, as you see them bringing out, once again, another comp with a lot of spacing. And that is definitely, it seems, what they're really, really good at. They have a really bright future ahead for them, this group. They're going to make really good things happen. Ooh, and a sticky bomb right on the top of the tent. And just like that, Melee Nation have a man advantage that's going to allow them to start pushing right through mid. That Stingray coming out with the wall, allowing them to jump out. That is a really huge jump out, but this is also a really huge push. That is 2 down already, however, for the side of Melee Nation. Ice has 5 clams, but it does not look like they're going to be able to make anything out of it, as a full wipe is then handed down to them. But just like that, some points are already on the board.
Very, very quick. You know, something I wanted to see out of Melee Nation. I knew they could do it. We already kind of seen it. Usually their pushes are a little bit larger than this one was, but either way, it's a sort of statement. Something gonna get your mojo back. Hey, all right, we're scoring here in the first minute. We're gonna put pressure on the team. So right now, they're getting pressured back in a 3v3 scenario. The Raid doing a little bit of disrupting, not enough to really stop the push though. We see that Dream is going to score a power climb. Will there be any follow-up? It doesn't look so right now though. This game will stay at 80 to 71 remaining on both sides. Melee Nation having the lead in the first minute and a half.
Yeah, that small mistake right there, walking right outside the bubble just a little bit and dying to that bomb, that made all the difference in that push. And once that happened, that level of pressure right underneath the basket was gone. And so Melee Nation were able to just kind of walk in and do what they do and just kind of clean up. There's still quite a bit of time left in this match, but so far this match is anything but high scoring at all. I mean, you're not seeing either team put a lot of points on the board. It might be kind of a testament to just how far they have to go to do so, but I mean, oh, and just like that, you know, I'm speaking about not putting very many points on the board. Man, wow, Dream put some points on the board, but there's 3 power clams on the side of Melee Nation. They have a counter push going for them if they're just ready to do so. They're biding their time, they're spacing out. The Stingray will come down. That's 1 down on the side of Dream, and Melee Nation have plenty of time. That is 2 down effectively. This push might come through right now, but they have a really long way to go, and Zero is still there stalking, doing everything he can. The missiles coming out now. It looks like Dream had enough time to really get back in it, and Melee Nation couldn't capitalize.
Melee Nation, though, still has all 3 power claims. They may not have control right now. I think they're playing very cautiously, trying to find that opening that they can make. Just trying to avoid any sort of death. Because if they go down 2 here, their push is over. But if they can have all 3 power claims score, even if it takes them another, minute and a half, they'll have a nice lead here going into the last little bit of the map. But we see the tent pushing up, singling out one player, trying to take them down. We see 2 power clams on the side of Dream. They're going to push up with that tent. The Raid's probably not going to be enough to completely stop this push. But again, no follow-up clams for the side of Dream. These follow-up clams are just not coming through for them. And that's why the score right now is being so low. This is the 3rd time they've opened the basket in 4 minutes. But not a single additional clam has gone in for them. So only 40 points, total for the side of Dream. We see here 1 push so far on the side of Melee Nation. Going to maybe be a second here? Nope. Going to be denied here with the suction bomb. Good play on the side of Dream. But at the end of the day, 1 push only for Melee Nation right now, and they right now have the lead with push number 2. That's the big difference here so far between the difference of Dream and Melee Nation. Melee Nation has taken advantage of every push so far, getting additional clams to bring that score down, while Dream has just been unable to so far.
Yeah, Dream
down to 4 remaining. 96 points scored on the side of Melee Nation. What a great push there. Multiple power clams coming in, multiple regular clams coming in. There's nothing more you could really ask other than just 2 more small clams to KO of Melee Nation here. So all they have to do is hold Dream, and what they've been able to do so far is keep them to a power clam. Alright, you know what? A power clam, not the end of the world. It's those follow-up clams that really drain a team. And we see that Melee Nation has denied those follow-up clams.
Yeah, but those clams are coming in. They are going to miss, however. Zero, unfortunately, not getting it in, but the tent is able to come and clean up. But that is a full wipe! And just like, once again, Melee Nation come away with the victory in this match. That is something we are very accustomed to seeing. The squid bag coming out, a little bit of taunting. You know, that toxicity, that is something that you see in a lot of esports and a lot of sports, and it's definitely entertaining for the viewer to see the taunting coming out. Biscuit with 20 picks, man, that made, I'm sure, an absolutely enormous difference.
I think a lot of those ended up coming on defense there in that game. A lot of them were defensive holes. That really what kept Dream from scoring a lot. I mean, they had, what, 3 small clams, I think, was their entire follow-up that game, out of all of their openings? If my memory of the game was correct here and just watching the score, I think they only ended up scoring... I scored a bunch of power clams, and they scored 3 small clams. You know, the difference between them and Melee Nation is just the amount in one push that happened. You know, that's the key to Clam Blitz, is getting those big pushes. One single big push in Clam Blitz is so good in this game compared to a bunch of openings. Those penalty points add up so quickly. You know, so you only score 10 points every time you open the basket with a bunch of power clams, while you can score huge.
9 individual clams is always going to do a lot more damage than one large clam. Large clams are definitely really good for quick, decisive blows, but if you're just trying to put tons and tons of points on the board and take advantage of something like a team wipe, definitely really focus on getting those small clams in first, and just make sure that you just pile as many of the small clams on as you possibly can. It's kind of basics of the game. That can be learned by pretty much anyone and applied by anyone, even in cases like solo queue and stuff like that. But honestly, on that map, it looked like both teams were just having to they were having to storm right into a Stingray that had a massive line of sight right down the middle to whoever was trying to make their way all the way over to the basket. Both teams had to walk straight through those Stingrays, and you really saw it played into Melee Nation's favor, because they are that slower team. They were able to, when the time came, make that follow-up and really get that push going. As we see a little bit of the same, the mini still coming out from Bagel. Biscuit once again on that knot, and we see a double junior. So, Melee Nation once again still being a little bit unconventional, and Dream looking like they're sticking to what really worked for them in that first match.
Doing a great opening here on the side of Dream, taking control of mid, taking control of tower, and starting to do specials already here in the first 30 seconds, starting to make a little bit of a statement. Though at the end of the day, they still went 2 down, so things are going to stay pretty neutral right now, I believe. If anything, Melee Nation might be able to try to take some of this back, getting multiple members of Dream down. So great counter here at the end. Melee Nation letting them push everything forward, being patient, staying alive, and then punishing them for using their specials too early and then unable to capitalize.
Yeah, you know, this fight in mid really has not advanced for either team so far. Zero opening up a tiny bit of a window, forcing them to try to look to the left side. Jara is going to not see anything, so Zero right there is still waiting on that left side, waiting for the opportunity. This lead that Melee Nation now has is a small one, and Zero coming in is not going to get any picks out of that flank. A 2v2 situation on the board. And that push is still not going to go beyond 88, however, despite the fact that Zero wasn't able to come up with the picks for it.
It was a good distraction to kind of get him a little bit disoriented when the rest of the team pushed up with it, which is exactly what you want to do on those flanks. Unfortunately, though, for Dream, they were unable to completely push up. You know, it stalled them, but it wasn't enough to stop them. And we see them getting past the first checkpoint, a difficult checkpoint. Not the hardest one on this map. We've talked about previously. The second one is definitely the hardest of the three. But getting past the first one is a very crucial step. The more shots you can take at that second checkpoint, the better. The more likely you are to eventually pass it. And here in the first half of the match, Melee Nation has already given up one checkpoint, or sorry, have gotten one checkpoint here on Dream in the first 2.5.
Yeah, Basil a little bit out of position is going to jump right back into Zero, however, but Zero is going to be taken down. It was actually, that's a nice play. So that jump was actually used as a bit of a distraction to then take down the front line, but Zero already back in it with all that quick respawn. He'll go down instantly. That's 3 down. Is this going to be a quad? No, the Baller is going to allow the Rapid to get away once again. They're going to jump out the moment that they can, but this push is going to go a heck of a lot further than 61 this time.
Well, the big thing is that Baller, it ended up being a big enough distraction that Melee Nation didn't get a complete push forward. So they did push up a little bit. You know, obviously enough here to get up to 47, but they didn't take control of that top left. Which is it ended up being very good, you know. As much as you couldn't get a pick or anything out of that Baller, it ended up being a big enough distraction to keep hold of that second checkpoint decisively, to the point that Melee Nation has not even touched the second checkpoint yet. A minute and a half remaining, multiple people on the snipe for Melee Nation. They know that is super crucial. If they hold that together, they should be able to hold these checkpoints. All 3 checkpoints for Dream to go through with a minute remaining.
Oh,
2 down on the side of Melee Nation now. Zero pushing forward, trying to take control of the snipe, getting shot at, getting support by a team member, taking 1 down. Towers going backwards though. Very good stall there, but unable to hold it. We see 45 seconds remaining. 3 checkpoints for Dream to go through. Really just 1 though if they want to get to the lead. 57 remaining with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, you know, every time Zero gets a trade, it's actually in his favor. He has so much quick respawn on that he'll be back in the game faster than whoever got a pick on. That being said, Dream has only 20 seconds left in this match in order to put together their big cohesive push, but they have, however, managed to push through that first checkpoint, so once they are able to do so, with less than 10 seconds remaining now, the specials coming out, they're ready, both teams coming out with counter specials, of course. This is going to be the moment that makes or breaks this game. 2 go down on the side of Dream. That's 1 down, however, in overtime, and it looks like Chara is going to climb on the tower just in time. And what do you know? Melee Nation come again with the win, but it was not a squeaky clean one.
A fantastic job there, though, by Melee Nation holding it down, getting the W in the end. That's all you can ask yourself to do. You know, it doesn't have to be pretty, but a win is a win. It counts on the scoreboard. So, it was definitely not sloppy. It wasn't pretty, but it wasn't sloppy. You know, both teams doing very well, working together, getting what they need to done. You know, tower control is just a very defensive mode, very defensive oriented, and both teams shows that they had very good team coordination on the defensive side, keeping it a low scoring tower control game. Neither team even reaching the second checkpoint. We're talking about being difficult to get through. It's also difficult to even get to.
Yeah, this is a map that both teams, usually in tower control, just end up just piling themselves onto the tower at some point or another. We saw it all throughout that match, but Splat Zones on Black Belly is going to be an entirely different cake, I guess, a different walk of life. You're gonna have to completely 180 how you think about it. Of course, you have a stationary objective, but this map is just played entirely different. This, again, I kind of feel like this map is gonna play into Melee Nation's favor. in this case, once again, but I've been proven wrong time and time again by teams like Dream, and of course you have to understand Commentators' curse. I could totally be wrong. We could just see Zero come up with that one huge quad, and the team capitalizes off it to a point that Dream comes up with the win and ties the set at 2-2 apiece. You know, you never really know what's going to happen.
Really here, both of these teams have shown that they have what it takes to win this set. It kind of comes down to, we talked about stamina and taking advantage of those opportunities that you make. Everyone's getting a little bit tired now. You know, we're getting to 1 a.m. Eastern, and it's getting a little bit late. So that does start to play into a factor as we get into these later parts of this tournament, along with the fact that those opportunities, you've got to take them. But neither of these teams leave many opportunities for the other team to just claim victory. And there really hasn't been any opportunity taken because they just haven't been made available to just absolutely just take the lead in these games. So both of these teams are just grinding so hard in these matches, and they're just so fun to watch.
I mean, these are the money matches. These are where it counts. These are the most important matches of the tournament, of the night, and both these teams know it. So absolutely, if I were them, I would do everything in my power to put all my eggs in the basket and just make sure we come away with that W. We're seeing Melee Nation make a nice adjustment so far from the early on Dream sets, as you see that Inkjet going out to that Swiffer. That is going to be a very nice pick, and they might be able to take back zone, but the baller is going to be denied. Tried to do a little bit of a cheeky baller kill, falling down onto someone. They are going to take the zone, however, but it's not going to be for long as the stall once again comes in. That run speed paying huge dividends in that 1v1, but the Swiffer Sun God once again just coming up with the pick. You know, when you can just kind of delete somebody in one frame, oftentimes that is going to be a huge difference maker in whatever 1v1 you take. You can play a little more reactively, you know, because you don't have to do damage before they do.
Dream here, down, or going to take the lead here, taking down armor on the side of Melee Nation, playing patient, using those missiles, using the armor, a second armor for that matter, and Inkjet. They use all 4 specials here in a span of about 5 seconds. Unfortunately though, it doesn't seem to be enough for them to take back even one zone. 3 go down. It is just a biscuit on the top left snipe. You know, Sun keeping in that bay, using auto bombs, burst bombs coming in from the Tri-Slosher, doing everything they can to hold back Melee Nation. Just 15 on the timer. Ice pushing forward, trying to take back the zone. Missiles come out. 1 goes down. The Tri-Slosher is down. Ice trying to take back this crucial top. 2 members down on the side of Dream. They're going to lose the zone. 2.5 left on the game. And 66-point penalty for the side of Dream. It's going to be quite a way if they need to score any more additional points. Melee Nation draining it down to 60 remaining with 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes remaining on the clock. The ticker is ticking indeed. 55 points, now down to 50. It looks like Melee Nation are going to be stalled just a little bit, but not for long. Honestly, right now, it just kind of looks like if I were Dream, I'd kind of be wondering what to do or where to go, because it looks like we're struggling just a little bit to make some sort of forward progress. You get one zone, but you can never get both. You put all your eggs in one basket and throw them all at one zone, and next thing you know, the other zone is never touched. And right now, this lead is very likely to go back into the favor of Melee Nation, and just like that, it does, all the way down to 10 and beyond, but not before it's stopped. Oh my goodness, this is possibly going to be the win for the match. The bubble's coming out though. Is it going to be too little too late? He's kind of stalking inside the bubbles right now, trying to make sure oh goodness, that he stays alive as much as he can and just does not lose control of that zone. You cannot take away your focus from any one zone right now. And finally, Dream are going to take back that zone and have just a little bit of breathing room to start pushing forward once again. They've advanced neutral as far forward as they can, but right now it's not going to play in their favor very much. The Inkjet's coming out. I believe that is a double Inkjet actually from the side of Melee Nation. These zones are going to be stopped and possibly capped once again. No, it looks like they won't. Actually, 29 seconds left in the match. Melee Nation are up 4-3, but they have the zone, but the baller is still out. They're doing everything in their power. They can't seem to make anything really cohesive happen. And though I stand corrected once again, the zone's finally capped, but this penalty is going to be absolutely enormous. They cannot come away with anything less than perfection at this point.
25 on the penalty. We see the tent goes down on the side of Dream. All members of Melee Nation are pushing down that left side, taking control of Dream's zone. And both teams going back and forth, trying to take each other's zone. Zone flipped again. Yes, it is enough for Melee Nation because having the lead, overtime, and holding that zone for a little bit.
Just trying to form your thoughts around what's happening in that match. It all happens so quickly. It's hard to even put into words. I can't talk as fast as K-Bot, okay? I can't do that. I haven't spent years of my life training that. That is not me. But all I can do is say, "Wow, that was fast. Those zones flipped faster than anyone could possibly say." Or even wrap their thoughts around. The moment that you would say one thing, the zone would suddenly be the other color. The moment that you would say one thing, suddenly the opposite would happen. It was just so mind-blowing to really experience that match. I mean, you could probably tell as a viewer, just like hearing our brains melt watching that because we're trying to put it into words.
It's a very entertaining game to watch. Melee Nation one game away from taking us to a bracket reset. We're going to Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. This was the mode that Dream got their only victory in so far. So Rainmaker here might be a way for them to build some momentum going into the later part of the set. If they can take this game. And that is a big if right now. Melee Nation absolutely dominating the last two games.
They look really strong right now. They've definitely made those adjustments. They've figured something out that, unfortunately for Dream right now, Dream hasn't been able to figure out and haven't really responded to yet. But they still have plenty of time, even if they don't take this next match, they still have a bracket reset to work with to really make something out of. And that bracket reset can be good for both teams, honestly, if it does happen. You can kind of take a deep breath and say, okay, we've got a reset. Everything's a clean slate. This is it. What do we do? What were they doing that we can make adjustments to? And that back and forth kind of game where you're trying to make adjustments to what the other team is doing. It plays to both sides. You also want to evolve throughout a set, especially a long one like this one, in a way that the other team isn't really able to respond to. And so far, Melee Nation are doing an excellent job just making sure that they're the ones with the upper hand. As we see a scoped charger coming out this time, comps that are just a little bit more fundamental, or I guess you could say common. Something that we're a little bit more used to seeing coming out from both sides this time. Of course, you see the double splatling still from the side of Melee Nation, but this time they have a backline. They have a Stingray bot, which is something we've seen in the game for a very long time. This battle in mid is still not over. Neither team has won it yet.
This mid fight is going to be very crucial. A minute in, still equal. I think either team that ends up winning this fight is the team that's going to end up winning the entire match. once it's finally broken, I think whatever team breaks it is going to have a massive advantage. And it looks like right now the team that has the massive advantage is Dream. Dream able to break that in a 2v2 scenario. 64 is not the greatest push in the world, but something you can build off of here if they can get control of this top left. We see multiple members jumping in. Char going down, but able to take one down with him. Zero trying to... gets a triple, or double, excuse me. And the last one remaining is out of the play, and that is a wipe. Everyone's coming out of spawn. Zero pushing him. The Rainmaker pushing. Down to 22 remaining. 14 remaining for Dream. An absolute great push. And it doesn't look to be over. 2 members down on the side. Zero getting another one. That is another wipe.
2 down, that's a 5!
And that it will not be until 1 remaining on the side of Dream. Sun going for it again. This time successfully putting the Rainmaker on the pedestal. What an absolute crazy game there. As I said, once you broke that mid stagnant or stalemate, excuse me, able to just boom right to that pedestal. What an absolute great play there by Dream. I gotta give credit to Zero, absolutely taking out all the members of Melee Nation, giving them a little bit of life here in this set. Down 2-3 in this set. They gotta take it their skills here to Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy.
Oh, honestly though, at this point, I've got to admit, that's a little bit more than a little life. That's a lot of life. That's a lot of energy. I mean, Zero just came out swinging with so much energy in that game. He came up with picks, just absolutely enormous picks, constant picks, everywhere, left and right. Every time that you thought that Melee Nation were down and out, or at least were able to put a stop to that push, Zero said, "Hold my beer." And granted, he's a minor, but hold my water, I guess.
Yes, can't have any beer yet, Zero. I apologize for that.
I apologize for that, but
a couple years down the line.
Hold my water, I got this. And he pulls away with doubles and triples just right when his team needs them.
Speaking of water, stay hydrated, everyone. Don't forget to get some water. But after this game here, as we see both teams going into mid, Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. A very balanced map here. A bunch of different kinds of terrain that you have to go through. You have the different flat sections. You also have areas where you have the height advantage. And then when you're pushing, you also have the areas that you have the height disadvantage as you get onto their plat. So a very diverse map, and we'll see how both teams treat different sections of this map.
Oh, but it looks like Melee Nation are doing an excellent job drawing all the members of Dream over to that far side of the map, trying to make a little bit of a multi-angle, multi-pressured flank happen, but unfortunately for them, it just did not play out in their favor because Melee Nation weren't able to execute when Dream was able to respond to it much faster. And this push already past the first checkpoint all the way up to 66. Now this is a very small checkpoint to get. Some beautiful picks going on right there. A great inkjet pit, for instance. The Charger coming in, trying to just give a little bit of space and possibly get a really important pick right here. It is a 1-down situation for the side of Dream. They're going to have to make something out of this, possibly hit the reset button and just kind of back up and allow the members of Melee Nation to move forward a little bit. But of course, Zero over here and of course Cheesecake are just not, they're not going to allow that to happen. That's going to be something that never happens as they come in with the pick because the members of Melee Nation just took a little bit too long. This is a totally different team right now than the one that we saw earlier in this set.
Dream playing fantastic right now, and they're playing a lot more aggressive, I think, than they were earlier. Everyone is very pushed up right now. Everyone is right at that tower. Even the sniper right now is in a pretty vulnerable location. but they're making it work because the team is there to support them. And we see 2 down on the side of Dream, able to, 2 down on the side of Melee Nation. Dream pushing up very quickly, down to 15 remaining. Maybe able to get this 3rd checkpoint. All members of Melee Nation fire upon it, and they are able to get the checkpoint. Very crucial. Dream now is at a position where they, with a push, have no obstacles other than Melee Nation members between them and a KO.
Yeah, you know, during that push, it actually was pretty apparent exactly the kind of adjustment that Dream made. It looks like Dream's comp right now, the way that they're playing, they're kind of relying on trying to slow down the opponent, and that allows them to have a lot of space to really work with their comp. And that also allows them to lay on pressure the way that they want. But Dream, however, has been able to move quite a bit faster. I'm not exactly sure, just from watching from the angles that we have, what kind of adjustments that they've made, but they're moving so much faster and playing so much more aggressive that Melee Nation so far in this match haven't really been able to kind of utilize what their comp is so good at in the first place, because Dream, despite all that area control and all that pressure, all the lethal bombs and all the specials and whatnot that are coming out, they're frankly just kind of pushing right through it and taking advantage of the extra firepower that they have. And that is a nice triple right there by Biscuit. Can he get the quad? No, he can't. Sun God is going to stay in it, but this push is going to be the one that makes or breaks this match possibly right here. With 50 seconds left to go, Zero has a nice avenue over the right side. That is 1 down, however, for the side of Melee Nation. Can they make anything out of this push? They're getting their teammate right back in it. 40 seconds left. That is a 3v3 situation with 1 jumping in on the side of Melee Nation. They are now in. 30 seconds left on the match. Can they make anything out of this? No, they haven't been able to so far. Charge just trying to keep the tower from moving backwards until they can get the right picks. But unfortunately for Melee Nation so far, they just haven't come up with them because they're relying so heavily on that spacing and bomb pressure. And on this map, in this situation, it's not playing to their favor. The Charger allowing, Beagle coming in and coming in clutch, but he isn't going to be able to do quite enough. Zero coming in with the double, and that is going to be the game win. We are tied 3-3.
Well, for Melee Nation, it is win or go home. A Dream here. Obviously, you want to get it done right now. Don't want to go to that bracket reset. But you know what? At least if they cannot get it done, they have another life here. So it isn't the end of the day for them. But get it done now. Don't have that situation where you have to go into another set against Melee Nation, because they can just turn it on in a moment. We saw that there with game 2 through 4. They turned it on and absolutely were taking Dream out back and getting those victories. Right now, though, Dream has turned it back on themselves, and we'll see here going into Clam Blitz the Reef what team can get it done. The Clam Blitz match last time we had it, Melee Nation able to outscore Dream dramatically in just a few pushes. So this could be just like the Rainmaker match we had just a few games ago, be the turning point in this set going into, then at that point would be going into the bracket reset.
Going into the bracket reset, but you know, if Dream right here can deal the decisive blow, build off of this new momentum that they've found in this set, they might be able to come away with the win. Right now, Melee Nation have to win this game. There is so much pressure on them to win this next match, and if they don't, it's all over. They lose. But at least right now, if you are a member on the side of Dream, you have a little bit of breathing room knowing, okay, this is it. This is what we've built up to. But if we make a mistake, we can try again. You know, Melee Nation does not have that breathing room right now. They can't make any mistakes. They have to execute. Clam Blitz on the Reef might play a little bit into their favor. It really can be a little bit of a slower map at times if you know what you're doing. So we'll have to see if Melee Nation are able to really slow down the members of Dream and work their magic and do what they really know how to do well. But until that, we'll see exactly what kind of answers Dream continues to put out, because whatever adjustments that they've definitely made them fast, and they've made them so much faster than the members of Melee Nation can actually even adjust to so far. So we'll see what happens. The Double Junior once again coming out. We see a Double Splatling also coming out. The Squiffer back out, all MPU, of course. Zero with the quick respawn and stealth jump. Cheesecake right there with the NPU of what as well. So there's a lot of damage up going on in this match to try to deal a bit of a decisive blow. Maybe speed up the game just a little bit more. These Inkjets so far not coming up. Oh, just as I say that, that Inkjet does come up with a super, super important pick. That is a 2v2 situation on the map, so this stalemate in mid is still going to continue to happen. The Squiffer just trying to get their teammate back in the mid so they can continue the pressure and continue trying to speed up the game. But right now, it's so make or break for this match. If they can get the early push here, that can make all the difference. All the members
here trying to flank from this right side, putting consistent pressure on Melee Nation. Though at the end of the day, they aren't able to get these picks, but it is slowly pushing them back into a corner with just a few specials. They are able to take out the entire team, and we see two of them go down. This is a very great opportunity here for Dream to push big. They were unable to push big in previous Clan Blitz games, and we see them push it down to 60, down to 54 remaining. That is huge. That's already a huge improvement on their Piranha Pit game. And we'll see if they can continue it. Down to 42 remaining, 39. Major points here to start off for Dream. That's exactly how you want to start this game, continuing to add more points as this goes down. You cannot ask for any better opening other than just actually KOing for Dream. Shown that they've made some adjustments, gotten the coordination together. Absolutely, right now, are pinning Melee Nation in the corner.
Yeah, Melee Nation, they aren't disappointed. They're being so far in this match, they've kind of been outplayed a little bit at their own game. It looks like the members of Dream have actually been really working on that kind of slow, transformative pressure that kind of takes over the map a little bit at a time. As they get one pick at a time, they're kind of just starting to advance their line forward a little bit. But Melee Nation coming in with multiple power clams, instantly down beyond 60, down to 45. Is this push going to be the decisive game changer? It very well might. Chara coming in, just trying to get a little bit. Bagel coming in with more clans. That might be the lead. Down to 27, down to 24. Will this be it? No, it is tied. And the lead does come out barely, but not. But right afterwards, the full wipe is dealt, but the lead is only a little bit. The penalty that Dream have to deal with isn't enormous.
So the big thing that happened there is when Dream retreated, they gave up almost all of the map. They were all up in their car area when they got on defense. Like, I felt like they fell back just a little bit too far for them. I mean, for the most part, though, they've played very well, and they ended up coming out of that very... once they kind of got themselves together. Unfortunately, though, it cost them a lot of points. They lost a lot of turf very quickly, and it cost them a lot of points, but we showed that they can push. So they have, it looks like, two power clams plus one regular will bring them right around the lead. So not too much to score. They already have scored more than that in one push. A minute remaining, two down on the side of Melee Nation. We see a push here from the Team Dream. Baller coming in, that should be one score. We'll see if another ball comes in, that will be the jump. Can they get any regular clams in? They need just two to get the lead. Two down. Oh, and it's going to be down to 1 point remaining. 1 point difference between the teams. 40 seconds remaining. Dream will have to make a power clam and one additional clam here without, and on top of that, not allow Melee Nation to score with 30 seconds remaining. Ooh, boy, what a close game. You cannot ask for a better Game 7 right now. Both of these teams fighting for every inch, 20 seconds remaining. Tons of clams right now on the field. Dream trying to pick as many as they can. Almost have enough for a power clam. 10 seconds remaining. They will need a power clam here if they want to have overtime to have any sort of chance to get this victory. Luckily for them, they do have one, and they have a ton of extra regular clams. All of Melee Nation just defending the basket, trying to keep any sort of baller pushes or any sort of shenanigans like that from happening. You see the beautiful burst bomb keeping the baller out, and that will be a wipe on the side of Dream. Melee Nation will take this into a bracket reset, winning this set 4-3.
Bracket reset time, guys. It is bracket reset time. Melee Nation coming back and winning this 4-3 and bringing out a bracket reset. Now, that it cannot be understated just how serious the momentum shift is going to be for this tournament now. But man, we have a bracket reset. We've seen this time and time again in SOS, and every single time it really just has not disappointed. But every time it's been important to watch the shift in momentum, because very oftentimes the team coming out of losers bracket then have usually just taken the momentum shift and just run with it, and a lot of these players actually that on Boca Nation are experienced in doing just that. They do it just about every single time that we host one of these tournaments, so we'll definitely have to see what they do. This next map, however, is going to be absolutely massive. It's an enormous map. We are working with splat zones on New Albacore Hotel, and I mean, Kraken, this I really don't know what to expect from either of these teams here.
You know, I think they're going to continue to have the naughties here for Biscuit and Bagel. I think that's going to be their best choice. Those Inkjets have a decent amount of range. Naughties with their movement are going to be absolutely great on moving around New Albacore in this situation. So I think that will be their best bet. The double Nautilus, probably maybe a junior, and then you'll have Ice probably on. I would probably guess. I'm gonna guess C-Jet on this one. I think it's a little more wild. I think Sniper would be the better option, but you know, I think they're gonna go a little bit different here. You can use that ray across the map in some very nice ways to completely clear out the zone. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go that route as well.
Yeah, this map is definitely flat enough that you can do that. The Stingray is a special that, in the right scenario, is always powerful, if used well. And it's why you still see in comp nowadays people Raybotting a lot. Because Stingrays at the highest level are still, frankly, very viable. They're not just viable, they're excellent. They're game changers very often. They can make or break a game just by themselves. So with that being said, I absolutely agree. I think we're going to see the Stingray coming out, but I think we're going to see it coming out from both teams, not just from Ice.
Ooh, and both teams getting ready. This one is going to be, I think, key. So far, really the big two game-changing modes so far have been Clam Blitz, which has always gone into Melee Nation's favor, and Rainmaker, which tends to go to Dream's favor. We saw in the first set, the first game was Rainmaker, went to Dream. The next game was Clam Blitz, and then until the next Rainmaker game, Dream did not win a set. And then when that Rainmaker, Dream won the next two, and then again we had Clam Blitz, Melee Nation won. So I think the big key here is these first two are going to be up for grabs. We have a Splat Zones game on Hotel, and we have a Tower Control on Ancho. our big key changer here to watch, I think, is going to be Clamblitz on Macomart and then Rainmaker Snapper. Are either of these two teams going to be able to take from the other team their specialty mode, it seems? If they're able to do so, that I think is going to be the sign that the set is over at that point.
Yeah, the real question, I absolutely agree. The real question is how well one team is going to be able to break the mold, if you will. I kind of feel that it's pretty strange to see the modes that they have as their quote-unquote specialty modes so far in this matchup. Because usually when you see one team better at certain modes over the other, it's one team is kind of typically a lot more comfortable, or what they do plays a lot better to the faster modes than it does the slower modes, or vice versa. This case, it's kind of been hit or miss in that regard. Clamblitz is a very fast mode, but so is Rainmaker. So the way that it's kind of been split so far, it kind of feels like what Melee Nation have done so well is kind of split up. Oh, and a nice early pick coming out right there. Zero still on that flank. Nobody's seen him. His team having to give up mid in the meantime, however. So that is going to be a flank that took a little bit too long. But can the damage be dealt afterwards regardless, and the points be taken afterwards as well? I think unfortunately for the members of Melee Nation, it is going to, fortunately for the members of Melee Nation, it is going to be in their favor as the members of Dream have to start falling back. But no, they're going to take Zone once again. Zero again going down, and Zone is now in control of the side of Dream.
You know, honestly, I think I saw exactly what I expected from Melee Nation so far. The only thing different that I expected was the mini, which is about, you know, it plays very similar to Nautilus. It has a few different key aspects, but again, it's about that movement, just like the Nautilus is. So both of these teams are right now kind of playing to what we expect from both, and we'll see which one's going to come out on top. The big key, I think, is just going to be the movement that Bagel and Biscuit have with those two Splatlings. I think are going to be super key so far, and I think it's really shown what they've done. And right now we see Dream pushing into the zone, trying to take control of it with the rain, with the tent pushing up. Those beacons so crucial. Getting those team members back in, it's a game changer. And it's something I think a lot of members or a lot of community members forget sometimes. Just getting your team in is so crucial, including myself.
Yeah, it's so important, not just to executing on objectives, but really it's so crucial to in really speeding up the game. I mean, at your most basic, as an aspiring player trying to improve and climb the ladder, and if you're still at the bottom, your key points and key focus right now really should be to improve mechanically and to start speeding up the game and doing so properly and working in good habits. And we see a beautiful pick right there by Sun on that charger, and now they have control of the zone once again. In response to it, you see the Ink Mines coming out, the E-Leader almost coming up with yet another pick, the 10 just camping underneath that ledge, just being an absolute annoyance. The members of Dream are definitely not giving up yet, and Chara knows he's right underneath them. He cannot make any sort of forward progress without instantly dying.
Chara trying to push up though. Biscuit and as well trying to pull out the Inkjet, trying to make some sort of push. Well, it does allow Bagel to push in, but unfortunately, Zero going to take him down. There's just the Ray left. This game will be going to Dream. What a good start for Dream, making that statement win. They needed that in this first part of the bracket reset.
Oh man, they absolutely needed that. You know, they may have lost the last game, but hey, it's a reset. They call it a reset for a reason. If you're Dream, just take a deep breath and say, okay, we're starting at a clean slate. It's at 0 once again. And 0 coming in and saying, I got you, and doing some work. Melee Nation definitely, however, still have a little bit of wind in their sails, especially after forcing a bracket reset. That's definitely nothing to be scoffed at. And yeah, they've only dropped one game so far in this this bracket reset. It's still very much anyone's game.
All right, we are going to tower control on Anchovy Games. We have seen how huge this map can just flip. We saw it in Rainmaker earlier too, but this is tower control. But either way, it's kind of the same. It ends up taking a very similar path to what we see a lot of people do in Rainmaker. So it kind of plays differently on a much slower scale. The big key here in this one is that second checkpoint on the plat.
Yeah.
If you're able to snag that one, you are in such a great position on this map. And I think the inkjets that I would assume Biscuit and Bagel are going to bring, they brought double inkjet on this map already previously. In a different mode though, it was Rainmaker. I would be very surprised if they don't bring double inkjet again here on this map mode in particular. It's going to be crucial on clearing out the wall from anyone trying to stay there and defend against the tower pushing forward. If they are able to do that, easy victory melee for Melee Nation.
Yeah, but Melee Nation, they seem to be that team that kind of slowly takes over the map and deals a decisive blow, whereas Dream tend to just kind of punch and force their way through and deal a fast blow. And hopefully that's the KO punch. That tends to be what has seemed to happen. We've seen them make adjustments and do things very differently, of course, but so far it's really just kind of lended to that. So we're seeing two teams playing the game in two completely different ways, but two completely viable ways, really kind of testing out who really deserves the win, deserves the success, who's better.
And we do see the double Nautilus that have inkjet, by the way, from Melee Nation. Not surprising, we also have the double Junior. That paint is so crucial, along with the armors for those inkjets. So very smart comp here, and very surprising. Or not very surprising, kind of something we expected from them. Seeing them so much tonight already.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see Juniors in a front line, but it absolutely kind of makes sense when you think about that comp, right? So the Juniors are on the front line, focusing on building space with their bomb pressure and painting and farming armors just through their presence of being there and trying to work that space. They'll take advantage of that space and farm the paint in that way. And if anybody tries to rush them or punish what they're doing, then the Nautilus will just come up and punish them for doing that. So essentially they're building off of excellent support in a very strong mid-core. Those inkjets, of course, coming up from those double Nautiluses are going to be off the charts. I mean, you're going to have so many of them. As you can see right now, Melee Nation, once they have control, they just have control. They do not let it up. The inkjet once again coming out. It does come up with a pick. That is a 3-down situation. This might be a KO, and it is going to be a KO as we see them squid bagging once again on the tower. We are tied 1-1 in this bracket reset. Guys, this is not over. This is going to be one heck of a dirty fight.
I told you exactly what was going to happen on this one, and they executed it perfectly. And that's why they got such a dominating look. Look at Biscuit there. They had a total of 8 armors and 6 inkjets in that short game. And they did exactly what they needed to do. Pop those inkjets on the wall, push back Dream, and they just keep riding the tower. And that's exactly what Melee Nation did to Dream there in a dominating tower control victory. And now we're at one of those key modes that I said we will need to keep an eye on. Clam Blitz, Macomar. Every time so far, Melee Nation has been able to get the victory. Dream needs to make a statement here. They are unable to. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for them to get this entire set win.
Yeah, Dream have to win this next game. If they win this next game, it gives them so much momentum. That might make or break the set even, and really make or break how things continue to carry out through the rest of the set. Melee Nation, however, on the other hand, really have momentum in their favor right now, because it's pretty easy to say, see how they're playing these matches and watching how they kind of just slowly take over control of the match over time. But they're kind of doing that with these sets as well. They're just kind of slowly taking control, one game at a time, inching. I mean, this team is one that they're never ever down and out. Once they're in control, they're really in control. It's just so difficult for them to really establish themselves and put themselves in the situation where they can then take advantage of aggression that the other team tries showing them. Of course, if you're able to really hard focus those Nautiluses in some way and really take those out, then what do you know? Your front line has plenty of room to just kind of walk through those juniors and get that quad. And once again, however, we see those two Nautiluses, the double junior comp coming out, and frankly, I'm not remotely surprised. It's working so well for them. It worked so well for them last time. Don't change anything up. Just keep up what you know is working.
Well, on top of the biggest thing here with this comp is it fits very well on this map. Inkjet is very good on this map. So why change it when what the part of the big goal here with this set is gonna work? So pending that Dream doesn't adjust to it. Dream could adjust this anytime. We have seen them make some adjustments mid-set so far. So we'll see if they can adjust to it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the members of Dream trying to compile the clams, their individual clams in that center portion of the map, getting ready for a push, but the really important pick does come out from Melee Nation, and just like that, that's going to give a lot of forward momentum to Melee Nation as they've worked forward now, gotten even more picks off of that. They now control mid, not very decisively, but they have a foot in the door, and that's going to allow them to kind of step in and slowly creak it open if they can just manage to make something out of this.
Continuing to move forward, one goes down for both sides here. The big key is right now Dream is just slowly getting those picks on Melee Nation, just slowly, and that is super key. That's the final way to approach it if you can eventually really capitalize on it. And unfortunately, so far they've been unable to. About 2 minutes into the game, neither team has scored yet. And we see finally some power clams being made. 2 down on the side of Melee Nation. Dream going to start to push up. Another one goes down. Cheesecake here with the push. That is going to be 20 points on the board for Dream. 0 able to score a couple more small clams. Going to push up into their spawn while the other members of the team score big points. Look at that. Those clams going into the basket, down to 47 remaining on the side of Dream. Ice trying to make some sort of opening here with the junior pushing up, throwing splat bomb. Multiple members of Dream going down. We have 3 members go down, 35 remaining on the side of Dream. Ice and the rest of his team pushing forward, having that power clam ready. And we'll see if they can finally push 7 or 27 clams there, along with an additional power clam sitting at their basket. They can make a very big push here, as they've been doing all day.
Absolutely. It kind of seems once that Melee Nation is in control, they just don't let go of it. As they continue to make their push work for them, they're biding time, just waiting for the push to play out in their favor. But no, they're going to go 3 down. That is a full wipe. So just like that, Dream have control once again in their favor. They have plenty of power clams in mid to gather. This is possibly going to be a very quick counter push. They have already 17 clams. Probably more. The missiles coming out, this means that they're very likely about to start pushing forward. As you see 0 pushing forward, pushing that Nautilus off the map. That is a 2v3 scenario, so Zero is going to have to start moving under the basket as they have the power climb already penetrated the basket, but they are going to go down. This is going to be a 2v4 situation that they're going to have to deal with, but oh, they're going to jump in with that power climb and get the KO punch. Dream with a decisive and deafening victory, and they are going to go up in this set 2-1. This is the statement that they needed to make.
As I said going into this, this is what they needed, and they succeeded. Biscuit doing all he could on his side to take down people. Unfortunately, not enough. In the end, objective beats kills in the game of rock, paper, scissors here.
Yeah, objective always beats kills.
Great point there by Biscuit, not enough. But at the end of the day, the statement win. Now, all the pressure's on Melee Nation. They need to get a Rainmaker victory here on Snapper Canal. If they are unable to do what Dream just did to them, I think it's game over. I don't want to be that way. Melee Nation could prove me wrong, but I think at that point, momentum on top of what they had been doing so well, able to consistently take Clamblitz in the previous sets, Melee Nation right now is really on their heels, and the only way to really turn the tides, I believe, is taking this Rainmaker Snapper Canal game. So we'll see what happens, and now that I'm saying this, Melee Nation's probably going to completely lose this game and then win out the rest.
I mean, you never know, man. Melee Nation are still in this, and they've made a massive statement so far. They have everything to lose. Both of these teams have everything to lose at this point. And frankly, I mean, it was only 2 games ago that they won decisively with their double not double junior. It's something that I expect to see from them once again, but we'll have to see what kind of adjustments they once again make in response to what Dream did during that last match, and see how well it plays into their favor, as both of these teams are they're making constant adjustments to each other. It's kind of getting to the point where we're continuously coming full circle, where one team makes one adjustment and then the other team makes the other adjustment, and then the first team makes the and it goes on in a full circle until you get to the point where one team is making an adjustment that is beat out by the other team's first adjustment, and you just kind of keep making rounds, and eventually you'll find what sticks. I kind of feel like in this set that's exactly what's happening, because both of these teams are they're so evenly matched. It's now at this point a game of smarts. Who is going to come away by playing the game fundamentally better?
See a very good start right now for the side of Dream, already putting pressure on Melee Nation, but they've kind of started almost every game that way, kind of taking a small lead. Melee Nation playing patient and taking their time, usually finally getting a quick pick. But this time it's a little bit different, already down to 46 remaining on this Rainmaker. So not a terrible push to start here for Dream. The push is going to be stopped here at 46 remaining, but definitely not a bad push to start. We'll see if they can continue it. 3 members of Melee Nation surrounding that Rainmaker, not letting a cheesy push here by the L3. Both teams still, though, duking out in that corner where the Rainmaker was previously. Kind of leaves an opening. We'll see if either team tries to just take it right up the middle. I think they're going for it. No! It's spotted there by this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you actually are onto something there about how Dream is constantly taking a small lead at the very beginning. You kind of have to wonder if that's actually by design by the members of Melee Nation, the way that their comp works, because what they very likely are trying to do in all these matches is give themselves special advantage, so that they have they all have that in their favor as well, to give them just that much more pressure to slowly take over the map until they have a situation where their lead is going to be a decisive one. The members of Melee Nation, that seems to be what they're doing. So we'll have to see. I kind of wonder if that really is the case, if that is absolutely by design, but the inkjet right here coming out is going to be a little bit of a decisive blow. Doesn't look like Melee Nation is going to make a whole lot of forward progress this time around, however. Off of that, they are going to slowly walk forward. Biscuit having to fall back just a little bit, recharge if you will. Zero right above him, and is going to possibly take him out. No, he's going to miss. That armor is going to come out at a perfect time. Zero knows he's now suddenly out of position. He has to jump back, so he jumps to his teammate and gets back in the mid. They are playing together once again. Hit the reset button. This fight in mid is going to be a nasty one, as we see one finally going down on the side of Dream. So Melee Nation have this push in their favor, but the Stingray coming out and dealing a little bit of a decisive blow to that Rainmaker push before it even starts. Make that one more, and a beautiful pick. Can that be another pick on the Rainmaker? And no, unfortunately for the Charger, but also fortunately, their teammate comes away with that pick instead. But a gorgeous flick on that Inkjet. That was phenomenal.
I think that's what they finally needed there out of Dream. Sun taking a crucial shot at that Inkjet. Honestly, not many of the Inkjets have been picked today from anybody facing Melee Nation, or even in previous games outside of Melee Nation being on screen. The Inkjets have been very well placed today, giving credit to all players that I have seen on stream. Not many have been picked, so that's super crucial. Finally getting a couple picks, keeping your teammates alive, and absolutely denying a special and any pressure that Bagel was going to push on to Dream.
Yeah, honestly, Melee Nation's comp just is not one that's made to work well in a mode like Rainmaker. We're seeing it here. They just don't have any real pushing power in that comp as far as Rainmaker is concerned, because you need to make Rainmaker that comp that can push really, really fast. As the armor does go down, that is a 4v3 situation. Make that a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 though. Melee Nation might get the lead. They get the lead here. Oh my goodness, this match is not over. And just like that, this match is going to have to be saved by, it looks like Cheesecake here. They're going to pick it back up, but now they have to have their backs against the wall. This Rainmaker is in a really, really bad spot. Biscuit right there waiting with the flank, that tiny little spot of ink, and that is going to be the play that wins the game.
Wow, Melee Nation entered Dream perfectly, taking the Rainmaker set. Both of them flipping things now. The script has been completely turned upside down.
I don't even think at this point that it's one team being better at one mode than the other. I think at this point it's individual map modes. These teams are so evenly matched that they're really just making constant adjustments to each other, like we said. It's making all the difference. We'll have to see how Dream then reacts, but oh my goodness, both teams are only 2 wins away from taking SOS 9.
There's a pretty good chance here we go through all 14 games. In this set, we are guaranteed at least 13 tonight for this matchup between Dream and Melee Nation. And you think they faced in winners finals as well. So these teams have really played a lot of matches between each other. In the winners finals, Dream won 3-1. So in potential matches between each other, they have only not played one game out of 3 matches. And we'll see if this one ends up going to 7 as well. Be a lot of games between each other. They're going to know each other very well after tonight.
Yeah, oh my goodness. This grand finals set has been really, really phenomenal. I mean, I don't think I've seen a set in grands this close in a very, very long time. Dream is absolutely on fire today. No matter who comes up with the win and who comes up with the loss, we cannot write off either team or the effort or the amazing runs that they've both put together tonight, or the amazing games that they played in this set so far. Both of them being 2 wins away from winning SOS 9 and the prize. Both of them have won something at this point. So these are the money matches right here. These next 3, possibly 3, these are the money matches where they win cash.
Here we are, 2-2 in bracket reset of SOS number 9. We see an early lead here. It looks like it's going to be for Dream. It looks like they might get the early cap. Nope. I'm still going to be kept from scoring there by Melee Nation, and they're going to be the ones with the first score this time. But you did see again, Dream almost took an early lead again. I think it is by design at this point. Melee Nation being start off a little more cautious, but getting exactly in position to then counter immediately. And so every time, they seem to have a better counter than Dream's initial push. So it's been working out for them for the majority of games. So we already see them down to 50 points remaining on this set. 2 members go down though. We see Cheesecake pushing the map quickly, and that will be a penalty for Melee Nation. Dream going to take a small few points there off their counter, and now that's going to continue ticking down. Constant bomb pressure, very smart there by the juniors. Like, keeping those neutral, those few seconds matter. They add up, and then eventually you'll find that opening where the other team is distracted, or the other team just cannot fight back anymore, and finally get that penalty on them, on top of it for being neutral for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it cannot be understated just how well the Junior and the Nautilus of these comps are playing off of each other, right? So the Nautilus is coming in and punishing anybody with a very fast kill time, anybody who tries to punish any of these Juniors. But these Juniors are giving the Nautilus so much space with all this bomb pressure. And they're able to clean up and, in that regard, punish anybody who tries to do anything about one of the Nautiluses. And of course, those Nautiluses are churning out tons and tons of constant ink jets. I mean, you constantly have specials coming out from your team. To support those juniors are just popping out tons and tons of armors and laying down ridiculous amount of paint. But this is a comp that, unfortunately, when you have weapons building off of each other like that, you also aren't working with weapons that are really built to put that massive push blow, like that pushing blow together and really get your team into zone, or really into the objective, and push forward hard enough. They don't have anything that can really pierce, I guess is a good way to put it. And so you're seeing Melee Nation kind of struggle to take back the zone, but what they're doing in response to this is they're doing an excellent job of stalling zone and building off of the lead that they already have. They no longer have special advantage in their favor, so that's not working out in their favor during this match. They're slowly losing a little bit of progress, but despite this, they're still just buying time in the match, stalling zone so much. I mean, guys, Dream has had control of zone off and on for the past 3 minutes straight, I believe, and there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the match, and the members of Melee Nation have been able to limit Dream and their points down to only achieving 35 points total. I mean, they are doing such a phenomenal job stalling the zone right here that it's actually almost scary. It's so well executed. Their comp is playing. It's firing on all cylinders in Splatoon Playground.
Oh, we see 2 down though. This is their chance to finally get this push up. If they can get this kill, no! But Bagel or Biscuit is still gonna go down though. That is huge. If they can take that right side and keep those juniors from being able to just constantly bomb the zone and paint the zone, they have a shot. We see though those juniors are back in place, and that timer isn't ticking for Dream.
Yeah, that timer is definitely still not ticking for Dream. They're doing a great job stalling zone. Once again, they're actually very likely going to take zone again themselves. No, Bagel is, yes, they do actually. So Melee, once again, they stall their way into securing a much more assured victory for this match. I have not seen a team stall zone this well in a very, very long time. They have done it the entire match.
You know, that stalling, though, it's gonna be finally to the point that it's gonna be very difficult to do. You see, we see a DC at the last second. This is exactly what Dream didn't need, but they're still gonna get it's a 1v3. They're gonna get the lead with the DC, and Dream will get the victory. 3-2-2 right now. Dream in the lead. The DC right at the end ended up not being a factor. Managing to just get the victory there. Dream right at the end. The patience finally paying off. Oh man, they thought that they had control off and on the entire game. Unable to get it. They finally had a couple long holds there. Just enough to get the victory. I think another 5 to 10 points for Melee Nation, and that game goes to them.
Yeah,
that was such a close set.
That is, I'm almost speechless. I mean, look, we're going back and forth here. Dream, Melee, Dream, Melee, Dream. Who's going to win the next match? Melee? Probably. That's how things are going at the moment. You know, Dream. The one thing that Melee Nation's comp did not have was that decisive, piercing blow, and unfortunately for them, Dream did have that. They have that in Zero. They have that in, like, just built into the core of how they play. And when they finally were able to get that blow, the match was over in overtime. Barely, despite a DC, but it was finally over. They had control of that zone for, oh my goodness, probably 3.5 minutes straight, if not longer, maybe 4 minutes straight, just off and on. They would let go for just a few seconds, but they had control for 90% of that match, and they still barely came away with that overtime win. I mean, that was so well executed by both teams, though. Dream just fought so hard against that and did such a great job. They finally came away with the lead in the very, very end.
And here we are. CB on Skipper Pavilion. And all we can do is wait here to start this match. But Dream here wants to make sure we're here longer, right? We gotta stretch this out, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, they won that match despite the DC, but you know, knowing our lag rolls, that DC did happen well after the point where the match would have been replayed anyway. They had to play it out, but they came away with the W, just barely. Man, this set, this has got to be one of the best grand finals that I've seen in this game in a very, very long time. Who needs Nintendo tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, as much as those Nintendo tournaments are hype, man, this might be one of the hypest sets around. All consistent back and forth between these two teams across 3 sets now. Absolutely crazy how fun this set.
It's a long set, though. I mean, these players they have got to be exhausted. I mean, they have absolutely got to be exhausted. I would be exhausted if I were them. I mean, they've been in this set alone for nearly 2 hours now, it feels. I mean, they've been playing for so long. We are headed right now into our 13th game of this set.
Yeah, and you think you have to have 4 games on before that, so you're talking this is going to be the 17th game played between these two tonight. 17th game tonight. Going on near our 6 of this tournament tonight. So it's been a long one, a lot of fight from between both of these teams.
Yeah, they've played 11 more games than technically they could have. they could have 2-0'd and then 4-0'd in theory, and it would have been over like that. But man, this grand finals, it's going. It's really going. And I'm sure everybody playing is feeling it. But man, they're still sticking it out. I mean, they're definitely not playing at any less than 100% at the moment. They were playing so strong. I have not seen a set be this much of a grind and this back and forth in ages. I have not seen this in this game. It's so long.
That's exactly what we want to see. This is the fun we love to see in grand finals. You know, it's always nice to just be, you know, all right, we can go home, you know, call it a night. This is the stuff I love to see. These back and forth sets that draw on, that really show who has it, who can have the endurance, who can fight hard, who can get it done at the end of the day. And right now, Dream has that slight edge, 3-2. So both of these, or this set should be, or this game should be starting quite soon here. Going back to Clamblitz Skipper Pavilion, what do you think the key is on this map, Astro?
I mean, oh my goodness. I don't even know what to expect from either of these teams here. I mean, I guess we're going to see something a little bit more conventional from the side of Dream, but I frankly have absolutely no idea what to expect from Skipper Pavilion when we're talking about Melee Nation. I'm at a loss here.
I think this one, I'll tell you what, I'm trying to think about team comps here. I think we will see a double Inkjet again out of Biscuit and Bagel. I think the Inkjet again has a very good opportunity to come out of both. Though I wouldn't be surprised if Bagel doesn't go Nautilus, of course. Maybe a mini. But I think they're going to kind of stick around that right around that support and then the two front lines. The double support for two front lines. Something right around.
I don't know. I think that the missiles are actually going to play a little bit more in their favor on this match, but it is a huge map. Yeah, and the missiles do come out. Yeah, the missiles definitely might play a little more in their favor this time around, but the map being as large as it is going to be putting a lot of pressure on them to capitalize on that special. So it's very likely that the missiles are coming out more as a tool, kind of an echolocator, if you will, just a tool to try to figure out like where the opponents are and call them out, and just know where they are at all times. Those missiles might be absolutely enormous for them in that regard, so they can kind of react to whatever the opposing team is doing before they do it. That being said, we are still seeing a completely neutral fight in mid, as we saw an early jump out. This time, however, it does not look like Dream are going to push forward and capitalize off that. So they're actually becoming a little bit smart to Melee Nation, trying to give them a small little hint, a tiny little window at the very beginning so that they can get special advantage. In this case, I do believe that Dream were a little bit more akin to it. And the rays are coming out, the missiles are coming out, that Stingray missile combo is going to be absolutely deadly. This special push is going to open up everything, and Dream is going to come in with clams and put it down to 57 instantly. Now that early push, if Melee Nation can limit the damage right now, this still might play in their favor, but points are still going on the board, down to 45. Can they put anything else on the board? Once again, it does not look like it's gonna happen, but they are still pushing Melee Nation back into their spawn just a little bit. The missiles coming out, and Melee Nation now have a nice big hole on the other side of the map that they're gonna have to deal with.
Ooh, we see Zero here. Has made some great plays already in this set, and as you can see, if he can make another one, he's already done some good kills here. So far, has the ball carrier pinned, able to jump out, so crucial. They would have lost that power clam there without that jump out. And this here is a chance for them to score huge. We see one ball go in. Can they get the other one in? One member goes down. Cheesecake with a nice defense there for Dream. What a great play. Able to deny the second ball. And that's exactly what you want as Dream. Melee Nation has been playing absolutely fantastic at making big pushes. I think this is the first time I've really not seen them get much out of their push. One power clam and one regular clam is not much when you see what Melee Nation can do. They can easily drop 60, 70 points in a single push. And again, it looks like it's going to be 2 small pushes, unlike what we've seen from Melee Nation.
As we've seen actually in the past, Melee Nation, sometimes they put together that huge push, but it's still been a case where most of the time these tiny little pushes are the extent of the damage. Melee Nation usually just kind of come in with that one big push when they finally have the opportunity to, but Dream just have not typically done as effective a job in this case in capitalizing on their situations in Clan Blitz and getting a lot of clans in and really putting a lot of points on the board. This case, however, they absolutely did so, but not before letting Melee Nation slowly chip away once again. I wouldn't be surprised if Melee Nation is continuing to just slowly chip away with single power clans, so that
here. We got a potential KO if that last one can land. It didn't get off the ground though. Unfortunately for Dream, they had the opportunity to KO right in their grasp, and that Junior could not get the jump off in time. But either way, they are in a fantastic situation right now. With 30 seconds remaining, they need to score over 40 points. And that's not including the penalty there for Melee Nation. Melee Nation has so far really shown their big scoring potential, so I would not count them out. This is a team that can drop major points very quickly. We see the Biscuit coming out with the Inkjet. We see the Junior just trying to stay alive, and Inkjet coming out from the Cheesecake as well, trying to take down one of the ball carriers. If he can take down one of them, that will be a very decisive blow right now. Cheesecake having to retreat. Here comes Bagel. Here comes everyone from Melee Nation jumping in. They get denied. Another one denial. That's exactly what they need. It looks like Dream is going to be able to hold this match, so that will be the set. Dream will deny us from having to go to a Game 7 in this set. Oh man, these guys have played so many games today. There was only 2 games that they didn't play versus each other. Essentially. Whew. A lot of games between these two. Very fun to watch. I really hope we can definitely see more between these two in the future. Because, man, that was some entertaining games to watch.
You've got to hand it to them. I mean, Dream coming away with the win in SOS 9. I mean, they did so convincingly in that last match. The huge denials of those jumps in, that was absolutely massive. If they'd actually managed to be able to throw those clams, I mean, it possibly would have been over right there, and Melee Nation would have brought it to yet another Game 7. But Dream coming out with the win. This time around, they don't allow Melee Nation to have their way in a Game 7 scenario. They finally won that SOS. They finally won it. They have played so many and worked hard and made it to Grands so many times only to come up with the L at the end of the day, and they finally have broken through. I mean, if I were a member of Dream at this point, I would feel so proud of myself, because that's so much forward progress, at least relative to how they were playing in SOS. They finally broke through that barrier and got that win.
Well, I think it's time for everyone to go get some sleep here. We're aiming at 2 a.m. Eastern. We appreciate everyone for stopping in. As we stated previously, we do have a staff forum. going out today. Feel free, if you are interested in tiering for EU or Oceania, we are looking for those members along with production staff. So if you enjoy doing production, such as commentary, streaming, etc., appreciate filling out that form. We'd love to bring on some more people. Y'all are great. I want to thank all of the SOS staff. You guys are fantastic. You guys do a lot of good work. And a special shout out to Ink Fair here. But you don't get to see him much, but he's behind a lot of the production stuff here. I have to give him a lot of credit for the work he does. And yeah, with that, I think it's time to sign off here, Astro.
Yeah, I think it's time to sign off too, of course, as well. I do also want to say one thing myself. Definitely tune in for SOS once again next week. And the following week, we will also have both SOS and Testing Grounds. Next week we'll have Testing Grounds as well. So Testing Grounds will be on December 4th at 8 p.m. EST. Registration is open and it ends at 7 p.m. on Friday, the day of the tournament. We will also be having SOS on December 2nd, Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST. Both of these tournaments are aimed at North America. Of course, anybody from any region is always welcome to play. We absolutely would love to see plenty of faces from around the world playing. That being said, time zones are a thing and people do need to sleep, but for SOS, definitely join us next week. And until then, it was a pleasure commentating with you guys.
Alrighty. Thanks again, everyone. We know you guys didn't get to see Stu this week, but we're definitely going to go rate him. Let's all go give some love to Stu. Everyone, have a good night.